Oh yeah, alright. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So I get my mic adjusted here. How's it going, Conjured Samurai Vishy? Oh my god. Straight in with a sub. Oh, that is so amazing. Thank you so much, Vishy. Oh, what a hero. Thank you so much for 13 months in a row as well. I bow to you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Welcome to the streams. Denya, good morning, good morning. Conjured Samurai, Maya and Khan are vile. I mean live. Take your pick. Alright, we are back. Day 15. Crazy. And we are going to be doing more of that Daggerfall Covenant storyline. Which I believe is where we were a couple of days ago. Before we got sidetracked by... I keep wanting to say Fallout. It's nothing like Fallout. Borderlands. Anyway, let's flip on over to ESO and get going. Don't know how interested you guys are in this. But, it looks like there were major performance issues with the game for a lot of people at launch yesterday. So if you are thinking of buying it and you haven't done it yet, maybe just hold up. I'm sure they will get it fixed. In fact, I was playing Borderlands 4 yesterday off stream. I was able to I turned everything back up bit by bit. I don't know what was going on. In the end, I was playing at 4K with most of the settings on high. And no issues, getting like 80, 90, 100 frames. So I have no clue what the hell was crushing the game and its performance in streaming yesterday. But I just wasn't able to stream it. And Vishy, hi. Thank you again so much. Raptor, Khan! Raptor on YouTube saying British actors are amazing. Not all of them. Let's be real. But yeah, I know where you're coming from. You and I have talked about this before. The whole, Ooh. Hey guys, if you hadn't seen this already, Carapace Caverns. Look at that, a freebie for ESO Plus, folks. What a beaut. Thank you very much, Gina. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, Raptor, we've talked about this before. The whole thing of, like, Dominic West in The Wire playing... Hey, Jimmy McNulty from, well, that's totally the wrong accent. But the Irish-American cop from Balmer, Maryland, and Hugh Laurie playing Dr. Greg House in House MD. There's loads of stuff like this. Loads of examples of British actors playing American characters and no one has any clue that's where they're from. In fact, like half the cast of The Wire was British. Idris Elba playing Stringer Bell, another British guy. So yeah, I get where you're coming from. There's some folks in Marvel as well. Who am I thinking of? Who are the British actors in the MCU? There are quite a few. We got Michael Fassbender, Tom Hiddleston. We got, oh no. The one who plays Professor X. I've already forgotten his name. Scottish actor James something. Anyway, nobody cares about that. Oh, that's really going to bug me though. Thanks, Moose. Welcome on in. So yeah, Raptor, we get where you're coming from. There are some shit British actors as well, though. Let's be real. I think also a shout out to the Australian actors who blend in to the American cinema industry unnoticed a lot of the time. Chris Hemsworth, Liam Hemsworth, obviously Kate Blanchett, Hugh Jackman. There's so many Australians actually And it's not until you hear them being interviewed that you realize, holy crap, that guy's from Australia. You know?
It is good
Massive
to be
respect, because whenever American actors try to do Australian or British or any accent that isn't domestic, it's a little bit of an situation. It doesn't never quite works, with the odd exception. James McAvoy, thank you very much. James McAvoy, to be fair. I've been having that a lot recently when I'm on stream. My brain is obviously using a slightly different set of tools to the usual. And Maya and I love film. You know, we love talking about movies, actors, directors, that kind of thing. So we have a lot of these names at our fingertips, on the tip of our tongue, you know. And I've noticed a few times when we've tried to do that on stream, you know, that guy in that movie, I end up doing that thing that old people do. You know, that actor, he was in that film. And all of the names are just gone. And I don't know if it's me suddenly having aged 20 years, but I think it's to do with me being on stream and using a slightly different part of my brain. Like a slightly different loadout to the one I'm used to. Joseph Quinn, Raptor's saying, who's currently your favorite director? You use a lot of exclamation and question marks. Raptor, I'm not gonna lie. It sometimes makes your messages slightly harder to read. I don't know if I have a favorite director. Richard Linklater's definitely up there.
They're not better.
He's got a track record of just creating moments on screen unlike anyone else. But I don't know if I have a favorite director. A favorite movies. Overland difficulty? That's a good question. I don't know. All that we know is it's going to be toggleable. You're going to be able to opt in. It sounded from the Ask Us Anything they did on Reddit that there are going to be multiple layers. It's not just going to be easy and difficult. There might be like up to 4 layers of difficulty. Which, my goodness, if Zoss are going to do that, fantastic. Brad Dog Picard is one he also plays. Picard. You mean Patrick Stewart also plays Professor X, yeah. But I think he plays Professor X just as Patrick Stewart in his general received pronunciation English. Tea. Earl Grey. Hot. You know? Then the stars are right. And this is the day. All that kind of nonsense. Alex Ariel. Meow. Yeah. It is you. You're now old. It's not that though. It doesn't happen off stream. It's only when I'm streaming. And I've noticed it a handful of times that I begin the sentence and I'm like, I don't know the name of the actor I'm trying to talk about. Or the actress or whoever it is. I think it might be more to... I don't know. I don't know. I'd love to ask a psychiatrist though, or a psychologist. Like, what is going on there? Anyway, welcome on in. Welcome back to ESO. It feels good to be back. Had a couple of days doing other things, really. And yeah, kind of missed it because we had that huge update. We had Borderlands 4 going live and it was all a bit awkward. Yeah, and I'm relieved to see that wasn't just me having performance issues in the game yesterday. Stream of Rain is a thing, Eggbirds. They'll introduce survival mode, so you finally have use of your 10k salt rice. Or you have to eat every hour. They'll introduce med kits. Are my messages visible? Morning, morning, Sparrow. How's it going? As my old boss used to say, morning, morning, morning. Every day when he'd come in. Unless he was in a really shit mood, which was like never. He was a good boss. That guy. Good old Dan. Now, but that happens to me and my wife often as well. You know exactly who you're talking about, but the name just won't come out, and it's fucking annoying. Yeah. Oh no, that's true. It happens in day-to-day as well. But it suddenly started happening on stream like a few times. And this is not like an obscure... You know, who's the guy who directed all those fantasy movies in the 80s? John Borman. You know, it's not one of those obscure ones. Or it's not like a Steve Buscemi or, you know, a name that many people know but not everyone. It'll be something like, I don't know, like Chris Hemsworth or Jennifer Lawrence, or a name that like everybody knows, and suddenly it ain't there. What about you, Raptor? Who's your favorite director currently? And yes, Alatar, it's Patrick Stewart. Indeed, or Peace Stew, as we call it. Are my messages visible? No. Q1 Dungeons, please. What's that mean, Moose? Hoping that we'll get, Overland difficulty with the Q1 Dungeons? That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Sparrow, speaking of actors, have you seen that Hot Ones interviews? Love the format of that show. No, I have not. I went a little bit Tommy Wiseau with that read, didn't I? I have not. Denis Villeneuve is my current favorite director. Alright, that's fair. I loved Arrival. I didn't love Blade Runner 2049, but I did like it a lot. And I thought the directing was generally beautiful. I just didn't understand why they did certain things. Like, what the fuck? What was up with that Jared Leto character? I don't know if this is Jared Leto's fault, but he seems to have the ability to ruin films. And I really don't think it's his fault. I think it's the characters he gets cast as. Like, the version of the Joker that he played was just rubbish. And he was obviously doing what he was asked to do. And the same with his character in Blade Runner, the sequel to Blade Runner 2049. It was just a completely underdeveloped mess and a cipher. And they just cast this beautiful man and get him to grow a nice beard. And then have him just be a bit weird on screen. He irritated the hell out of me. Every scene with him in it, I just wanted it to be over. And, yeah, really kneecapped that whole thing. But, yeah, Denis Villeneuve is a great call. That's a very good call, Raptor. Directed Blade Runner, yeah, Arrival, Dune 1 and 2. Jared is just a weird man. That's definitely true. Like, he's a very, very talented, you know, extreme-looking individual. He's always going to be a little bit... He's always going to be... He's never going to blend in. You know, on screen, is he? And I think he as a consequence, he gets cast in a lot of, like, really zany character roles. Nunam Tab. Oi, oi, oi. So, what do we think of Update 48? And the Schnacks, hello! Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I have a lot of mixed thoughts about Update 48. On the one hand, yes, I was a bit disappointed and a little bit annoyed, just like everyone else, well, most people, that we're not getting, like, it's been 6 months now, or it will have been 6 months by the time Update 48 goes live, and we still don't really have a convincing reaction from the devs to a convincing response to the issues that came with subclassing. Yeah, we've seen some. But, yeah, that... I wasn't thrilled to see that. On the other hand, as I posted in our Discord earlier, when I think about how big an impact subclassing being a little bit out of whack and unfinished, how big an impact it actually has on my enjoyment of the game, it's pretty minimal, actually. I think we have a tendency, because we know the game so well, right? We have a tendency to create these echo chambers of people who are really invested in how this game works and how it might look next patch. And it's not just so that we know what we're going to be running next patch. We enjoy the guesswork and the sort of the detective work of putting together the clues, well, they're nerfing this set. Does that mean that this one is now going to be meta? You know, all these kind of things. And we get caught up in that dialogue, and I think that can make all these things seem a little bit more important than they actually are. I think the folks from PvP who are complaining, they've got the most right to say, hey, we have urgent problems here. It's killing the everyday enjoyment. In Trials, I don't think you can really make that argument. You can say that the enjoyment is going to lessen over time unless they fix this. But do you guys know what I mean? I struggle to... If I were face to face with the developers and they were saying, alright, put it to me straight, we're going out for coffee with a couple of the combat team folks. Why is it that Update 47 has ruined your game? I would have to be honest and say, well, it didn't. It really didn't. And Update 46 didn't either. And Update 48 won't either. However, there are long-term things. I wish you wouldn't take so long. So yeah, I'm kind of, that's kind of where I'm at. The biggest disappointment for me was the disparity between how I saw yesterday's stream and how, I don't know about Gina and Jess, but certainly how Jason and Finn were talking about it. I think Brian Wheeler said exactly what he needed to say. He was pretty clear on what Cyrodiil Vengeance is and what it isn't, and we're also kind of familiar with that by now. But Jason Barnes, I believe that's the right name, and Mike Finnegan, they were laughing and joking around, and it's fun to see that. But from where I sit, I'm thinking, hey, I got people in my Discord, friends of mine, who have already left, and others who are talking about leaving because the game is becoming less fun, in their opinion. Sure, it's a gradual process, but they want to see an end in sight. They want to see a light at the end of the tunnel. Could you please give it to them and sell the idea that this next patch is going to be cool? And they didn't. They just sort of kind of sat there and said, hey, this is what we've been working on. Hope you like it. And I think 9 times out of 10, that's absolutely fine. And I don't know if anyone's in a position to communicate to them from the community side, like someone like Gina, for example. Hey, I'm seeing a lot of bitching and whining among the player base. Let's keep it upbeat and let's really stay on message and make this a really confidence-boosting preview. I don't know what they could have done exactly to achieve that, but they didn't seem to have that in mind at all. Whereas that is exactly what I and many of you were thinking when we booted up the stream yesterday. I thought, right, come on, Zos, give us something. Does that make sense? So, new Namtab, that is my ramble. I hope that I mean, there's way more we could go into, but that's pretty much it. I don't think it's that big a deal that they're not fixing things, but I think it looks worse than it is. You know what I mean? It doesn't send the message that I think they could or should be sending. And Sparrow. So this is the Hot Ones interviews. They eat progressively hotter wings with each question, so you eventually get to see their real side by the end of it. Gained respect for so many actors/celebrities from that show. It's on YouTube. I'm aware of the... I've seen a couple of shorts of it. But I guess from the TikToked, the short version, I didn't get the impression that there was any sincerity or depth involved. I thought it was just funny to see celebrities being shaken out of their polished mode of delivery. That polished presentation that they're so used to. And I thought that was the point of the thing. But if it's as you say, they get a little bit more real with their answers because they're uncomfortable, like physically. That's interesting. Not sponsored, hashtag. Yeah. Good old Erie, morning! Did they explicitly say there won't be much, if any, changes to combat stuff yesterday? Yeah, they explicitly said that. They showed us a bullet point list of the main things, and all the main things on the list were fairly small. One of the more interesting ones was that you'll be able to take potions anytime. They won't be affected by global cooldown. They're already outside of the global cooldown, but you cannot activate a potion whilst you're in the middle of a channel, for example, right? That's going to change. So if you're on a Fate Carver Arcanist, you're beaming, your potion's ready, ding, you could take it immediately. And you won't have to think about, ah, damn it, 2 seconds downtime on minor heroism or whatever if you're very unlucky. There's already that overlap that the potion duration is slightly longer than the cooldown, 2.5 seconds, I believe. So it wasn't exactly a huge issue, but that's a small and interesting thing. But yeah, good old Ares. So not much. But they did say, and good on Gina for bringing this up, she did say towards the end of the stream, and it was almost a throwaway remark, hey guys, we know some of you were expecting more quality of life improvements, others were expecting more combat changes. All of that stuff is coming. There are some quite major things that the team is working on, and they aren't things that we can roll out one patch at a time. We kind of have to do it all in one, so expect that early next year. I'm not even sure she said early next year, so it could be Q2 next year. I really don't know. But she said that towards the end of the stream just to, I guess, to soften some of the upset in the comment section. I didn't look at the comment section, I never do. There's some perfectly sensible people, but there are too many dummies drowning them out. Well, not dumb people, but dumb comments, for sure. And so I wasn't sure exactly what she was reacting to, but I can imagine.
Hello there.
Guns N' Raiders, ESO 2025, definitely the year of slow progress. However little or big steps are on fixes, I'm certain the developers will make what is best for the game per se. I only wish subclassing would allow for some kind of identity in builds. Too samey-same. Well, the two kind of go hand in hand, don't they? If they can sort that out, then we won't have as large a problem of outlier. There's always going to be a meta, and there are always going to be the people at that stage in the game where they can't ignore that and they kind of need to follow it to a degree. That's never going to go away. But the problem, I think, happens, and if you talk to the end gamers directly, I think most of them, this is exactly what they're saying. The issue is, well, there are two things. A, if the meta just doesn't really change for a long time, that gets a bit boring, for obvious reasons. But also, B, if the gap between the meta options, whether it's 1 or 2, if that's quite wide, you know, between the top and the rest of the chasing ones, ideally what you want to have is a thing which is best at a given situation. But then you want to have 2, 3, 4 options that are pretty close behind and potentially quite different in terms of gameplay and feel. You know, like when we had a meta a few patches back where the Arcanist was still dominant, but the Mag DK was actually just as good. Necro and Mag DK were just as good and could be better if you played it really, really well. It's part of the Arcanist's appeal, remember, it comes to the fact that it's so easy. A lot of its power is just automatic. That was okay. Still having three classes was not ideal, but it's better than 1. That's what I hear a lot of people say. Yes, for a brain melt. Moose, the best part about Update 48 is going to be potions, food while channeling. Probably. And good old Eerie, potion while beaming is nice, but gotta say, kind of underwhelming. Yeah, they didn't try to sell it as, hey, check it out, this is the big thing. They very much focused on, hey, the Writhing Wall is coming, this has been our primary focus. It's something they've never done before, they want to get it right. And they did reveal what Stage 3 is going to look like. So on PTS so far, we've only seen Stage 1, where you are basically building the lens, the Meridian lens, to fire at the wall, and fighting off, like, sorties from the worm cult that are trying to stop you from building it. Then Phase 2, where the lens is actually built, and you start firing it at the wall, you start beaming day and night at this thing to bring it down, and the attacks from the worm cult get more and more serious, I guess, and you get a big boss joining some of the fights as well. And Phase 3 we'd never seen. They hadn't told us anything about it, but now we've seen there is a place that reminded me a little bit of the Soul Cairn in Dawnguard. You remember? From the Skyrim expansion? It looked a little bit like that, and it was called the the Writhing Fortress, if I remember correctly. And that is going to be a huge scale group activity. With real mechanics by the sound of it. They did not specify, because they want us to figure it out when it goes live. Well, hopefully we'll figure it out during PTS, but... And that contained what looked like a very, very large boss for us to take down. Like, a real monstrosity. And that's the thing that we've daydreamed and fantasized about for many years. Often people have said how to shake up Cyrodiil. You just put a giant fucking PvE boss in there that roams around and has like billions of health. And that, you know, the three alliances will need to join up in order to take it down. But then as soon as it drops, they'll have to fight over its remains or something. I don't know. That kind of idea has been talked about an awful lot. And it's a really fun one. And it looks like finally we might get a version of that. Not a boss that walks around, maybe, but at least an open world giant boss that's actually a challenge. Because let's be real, world bosses, even what's the hardest overworld encounter? Harrow Storms, dragons, and probably not Miramor incursions. Those are fairly easy. But Harrow Storms are difficult to solo, you know? So finally we're getting something which is even harder than that. I hope. We saw almost nothing of it. But yeah. Nice change to jabs and beams, Sparrow. The potion cooldown thing. Yeah, exactly. And Moose. I think even instant cast abilities mess with potions. Have to do it like 0.2 seconds later. I've never found that. But you could be right. Either way, it is a nice change. Makes the combat loop a little bit easier for people who haven't had as much practice as I have. Because I've always got to bear that in mind. You know, how many freaking dummy humps have I done over the years? So this stuff is just, my hands just do it on their own. It's like playing a piano piece that I've known since I was a kid at this point. So when I'm trying to give people advice on how to do it, I have to remember that I have that advantage. Good old Eerie, yeah, true, and jabs and beams are my preferred build, so there's that. Guns are ready. I feel meta did not change a drastic amount during update 35/38. Update 35. Eggbirds was on the bike, so I couldn't comment, but coming back to people really needing answers. I'm still a little skeptical on how big the player base is that actually have these problems with the game. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I think there's a lot of people believe Update 47 was bad because people say so. A little bit like Paris Hilton is famous just because she's famous. I know she's not anymore, but for a while there, many people were asking, why the fuck is this woman famous? She just is. And you're famous for being famous. And we went through a real reality TV phase of that. I guess now that's moved to online influencers. I don't know. But it's just a self-fulfilling thing. You know, people are upset because they're upset. And you ask them what specifically has been degraded in their ability to enjoy ESO. And you won't get anything specific. I don't know. But I think you may be onto something, yeah. You're not saying it doesn't exist, Eggbirds, and that it is not a valid point, but they might be overrepresented on the Discords, Reddit, on the forums. Well, the aggrieved often are, aren't they? Like, it's how a perfectly decent, not particularly excellent, but perfectly fine film like Paul Feig's Ghostbusters with the all-female cast. It's why everyone thought it must be an absolute clunker and turkey of a film, because there was such a horrible reaction to it online. Turns out it was just a tiny proportion of, I don't know if you could all call them fans, but, you know, far-right folks on the internet who were just upset that they had women in a film. and that the man was cast as the secretary. So this isn't that, but you're definitely right. The aggrieved tend to be the loudest and most talked about. But you're also right that the underlying complaints are valid. I just wonder whether the volume of the complaints have been distorted by the fact that Update 47, weeks 1 and 2, had these really, really unpopular changes in them to alt gen and all of that stuff. And people were like, no, do not do this. Do not do this. This is terrible. We don't like it. And then the devs rode back on it. And many of us relaxed, but some people didn't. Some people who perhaps hadn't understood the specifics of the changes and why they were bad, they just continued with this vague idea that Update 47 was a disaster, and now Update 48 isn't doing anything drastic to remedy that disaster. So, you know, there's no cure for what ails them, if you like. Guns and Raiders. I don't know about Harrow Storms. I could solo them unless fucking MC4 arms comes out the center. Yeah, but they're not easy, are they? I don't think anyone would say to a new player, go and solo a Harrow Storm, it's easy. I didn't say they couldn't be soloed. Like the, in the last round of testing I did in week 5 of last PTS cycle, with the Writhing Wall event, I would no longer have said the fights were that easy. Certainly the last boss, it was quite easy for me. I just had to concentrate and not die to anything obvious. But it took like a really long time. It took like 5 minutes to kill him. And that was with me doing 65, 70k DPS. It's like a 5-minute fight. That's crazy. Even with Maya there, it took me 4 minutes. On a, you know, Maya on a tank. So I didn't have to worry about getting hit. But I'd still be hesitant to say it was easy to a new player, you know what I mean? Go solo that, homie, yeah. Hey, Kamal, how's it going? Hello there. Unam's upset. Yeah, the same thing. Easy for you, maybe. I find the game quite difficult for a solo player. I can handle myself, but world monsters and other 3-tier monsters are hard. Yeah, it's a lot of it is just to do with experience and knowledge and the setup. There's very, very, very occasionally a skill component. But the skill component in this game is not significant, in my opinion. Sure, there's plenty to get good at, but generally what's going to help you out is having a sensible build and tweaking it for all those occasions. Camel will back me up on this one. There's definitely like a learning curve, especially to PvP, right? But what would you say? What percentage do you think success? Oh, we're really putting it on the spot now, Kamal. Earn your crust. Your status as RP PvP. How would you divide that percentage-wise, if you don't mind me putting you on the spot? It doesn't have to be definitive. We're not going to quote you on it. But how much of being successful in PvP do you think is player skill versus a smart build or a good build?
Too much to do and too little time.
Guns and Raiders, yeah. Rinse and repeat. Learn the mechs. Ticks. Always have a shield, self-heal, and tripods. DPS is not a great deal as bosses nowadays get shields to stop the DPS burn. It depends what bosses you're talking about, I guess. I'm not sure which ones you mean. But I'm mostly thinking about dungeons and trials. And Eggbirds. For me as a player, nothing really changed in the way I play the game. Actually, I'm enjoying mixing and matching skill lines. I think people are enjoying Update 46, the vast majority. There are a few that say, hey, I'm fine that it's here, but I want to be able to take it or leave it. So can my plain Jane Magsork be a little bit more powerful now so that it can keep up? I don't know. Okay, is there a way you can do that, please, Zos? Hopefully that's one of the things they're looking at. So yeah, I think we're with you there, Eggbirds, enjoying mixing and matching skill lines, but I'm also aware that I'm not doing any optimized or harder content at the moment, yeah. Sparrow, I would go solo that, homie. I spent 2 hours on the Tree Geezer on Elden Ring, though, but it's why I kept playing. Yeah. Different game. But again, how much of the Elden Ring thing is skill and how much of it is just... Now, that's a tough one to say, actually. Because people talk a lot about builds for Elden Ring as well. You got to have the right build, and then it's not that hard. You just got to learn some basic patterns on each boss. Have a good build, and you're done. Kamal is saying, if you talk mechanically, being good at the game as skill versus the level and gear and skill choices and whatnot being a factor. Zenboa, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. And going back to YouTube for a moment, Raptor Jew talking about Heath Ledger, Johnny Depp, and Jonathan Majors, current acting inspirations, and Fuzzball Wolf. The game will never be fixed unless the Crown Store is dysfunctional, then it'll shut down for repair immediately. There have been jokes about that. Once the Crown Store broke, they fixed it within a couple of hours. It was very quickly remedied. And Skyrim Red Shirts. I love that name. Yeah, and the more bit turned out to be stuff they can't talk about. Yeah, that response is so old now. Why can't they talk about it? Are they so unsure about what they're doing? I think you might actually be onto something with that last question. That's a cool looking character, isn't it? The fact that they're going to be sending out surveys on what they want us to, what people would like. I think that if you look at the forums and you look at what the so-called expert, especially PvEers, I think the PvP community is a bit more aligned and they're not exactly unanimous, but I think they're a bit more consistent in the types of things that they're saying. There's just those Magsork players who always think Magsork is underpowered, no matter how ridiculously strong it is, and want it buffed. But the rest of the PvP community tends to be a little bit more. And I'm talking largely about the content creator community and what those guys are saying, and with the feedback they're giving us from their own perspective, and what their communities are saying to them on Twitch and in YouTube comments and on Discord and whatnot. But I think Zos hear wildly different things from different portions of the player base. So from the likes of me, Skinny, 8 Puppies, they will hear pretty similar things. From somebody like Lucht, there'll be some overlap, but also some different perspectives, because he views the game differently to me. For example, I'm not saying he or I am necessarily right. I think there's just and we generally agree on most things, but you know what I mean. Even between two people like me and Lucht, or me and Skinny, for example, he seems to think Update 47 is quite bad, whereas I'm inclined to blame that on Update 46. But regardless, even within that group of agreement, there is a little bit of a shift. Then you've got other content creators telling them the opposite, and sometimes I wonder if they're just pushing back because they think somebody like Skinny Cheeks represents the elite, that imaginary elite that doesn't exist in this game. And there's a great desire to speak for the common man, and to represent the downtrodden casual player. I sometimes wonder whether that's at work, but even if it is, there are definitely players who legitimately will come to Zos and say, well, my community is saying something different. They think that all these things are good. And then you go to the forums, and from one thread to the next, and sometimes within one thread, you'll get wildly different takes on what is wrong with the game. And they'll be literally contradicting one another, you know what I mean? The one person will say, Arcanist needs to be buffed, Oakensoul needs to be buffed. Another person saying, Arcanist is too strong, Oakensoul is too strong. And the devs don't know who to believe. How can they? Because not many people provide a great amount of evidence when they say these things. We don't have time. And that's why I will always big up people like Skinny Cheeks and Lucht and Hyperioxys, 8 Puppies, who take the time, and I guess I count Ninja Pulls in that category sometimes as well. We do take the time to gather evidence and test things. to support what we're saying, but that doesn't make it. It doesn't mean the advice is something that the devs need to follow. So I think they have a really tough job figuring out what the community wants and whether that's correct. Because gamers are very bad. We're very good at spotting problems, you know? If we say, something's wrong with that bit in the game, that doesn't feel good. Any developer with their head screwed on right should listen to that. But and this is the thing that you'll hear come up at the Game Developers Conference every year when they talk about the user experience in video games. When gamers try to tell you why something doesn't work, you can pretty much ignore everything they have to say because they are almost always wrong. We are very bad at diagnosing the problem we've correctly identified. So that was a bit of a yap fest. Going back to the Schnacks, that small minority that actually cares about how combat is developing in the game are the ones who organize trials in social guilds, craft stuff for new players, carry people in dungeons, and create content about the game. I'd say there is a lot of value in making them happy. This I completely agree with. And it's another reason why, if people don't understand what I said earlier about, you know, the end game community doing awesome things for all of us, and that a healthy end game has a trickle-down effect, it means a much healthier game in general, they need look no further than what Schnacks just said. The contribution that these people are making in the community. It's a big deal. It's a huge deal. Like if Wildheart, for example, vanished overnight, that Discord. I mean, that would never happen. Obviously, I'm exaggerating. But think of the impact. It'd be a really, really valuable resource gone overnight. And how many more people would end up going to the websites from people who don't play the game and haven't done for years, and who have no idea whether they're recommending anything good or bad? Come on, don't you have a plane to catch? And then, yeah, so going back to what Kamul responded with, if you talk mechanically about being good at the game as skill versus the level and gear and skill choices and whatnot being a factor, I think you cannot beat a mid player with all the best optimized stuff. If you're the skilled one without the build, right, so yeah, if you're a skilled player without the right build, you cannot beat a mid-tier player with the right build. But then again, vice versa, almost the same argument. Thanks for the response. I appreciate that. And there's, yeah. And Egbert saying fair point. I still think that's even a much smaller percentage. And Talat, hello. No wave emoji. What else we got? Guns and Raiders. Yeah, I would say you hit the nail on the head there, Ninja. It used to be Nefas who was the elite lookup, so to speak. Yeah, and that wasn't really correct. Nefas was never a score pusher, was he? He was just a very good player in some organized groups, getting trifectas, doing this and that. I don't know how... Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I don't really know, actually, but I never got the sense that he was heavily embedded in the score push side. He was just among the carry guilds and whatnot. He's definitely connected there. But yeah, you're right. A lot of it is a straw man kind of thing. It's an invention. Good old area. It must be really hard to cater to everyone, though. Exactly. Like end gamers like Luke, late gamers like myself, casual players who have vastly different needs and wishes. Yeah, and even if they want different things and they're all valid, there are things that people are asking for in the forums which are wrong, and which would not make them happy. You know, there are always turkeys who vote for Christmas. Look at any country in the world, and you'll see people who vote for a political party that does not represent their interests at all. So we do it. We do it all the time. We do it very easily. And how do the devs unpick that? And how do they decide, oh, those people don't know what we're talking about? We'll quietly ignore them. That's not a good look. So I think it is genuinely tough. And Zodiac, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome on in. You joined us in the middle of a yabbity yap yap discussion about Update 48. I like that they automatically craft 100 of all the dishes now. That's pretty cool. Well, 125. Come on, there's plenty of room to make both happier than they are right now. That's true. One does not have to suffer for the other. Yep. Beautifully worded and exactly right. It's exactly right. The idea that... And this is a thing that the developers sometimes talk about, and I roll my eyes and shake my head every time they do it. Rich Lambert has been guilty of this a couple of times. For what it's worth, I don't think he really thinks like this, but he's given that impression a couple of times in interviews and statements, talking about, well, you know, the tryhards who optimize the fun out of the game versus the rest of us who play it correctly. I don't think he actually thinks that, but it's difficult to word these things sometimes, and he makes it look that way. But a lot of players do seem to have that idea that something that's good for the elites is going to be bad for casuals, and that's... I'd say more often than not, the opposite is true. What's good for one group should be good for the other. So we should be more joined up on this stuff, but because it's a really, really complicated subject and passions can easily flare up, it's a sticky wicket. Is that the right phrase? That's a phrase I don't use very often, a sticky wicket. When something is difficult to navigate.
How can I help you?
Guns and Raiders. You guys are in a league of your own. I personally would rather trust and use your guys' advice over any other streamers anyway. I mean, I don't do more testing. There are other people who do more testing before opening their mouths than I do. That's for sure. I'm not saying you stop trusting us. And thank you for the kind words, but
Speak with.
I try to avoid offering suggestions or like proclaiming anything unless I'm certain that it's correct. Like, I recently tested it, but I'm definitely not infallible in that regard. I put a couple of details in recent videos. They're small, minor things about class mastery, but they were like small fuck-ups that I made. And Maya didn't catch them in the proof, and I don't have anyone else that proofs my videos before they go up. So if I miss them, and then Maya misses them, they're there. They're in the video. But obviously, those are relatively rare. Anyway, thank you. Thanks, Guns N' Raiders. Come on, saying, I think the devs made a lot of sacrifices to one group while not even particularly helping the other, but they do it in the name of trying to help that group. Yeah, exactly. Like with Update 35. Clearly, Update 35, just for those who don't remember or who weren't there, it was very obviously geared towards the more casual players. The players that were saying, this game is tricky. I struggle with rotations and casts per minute and all of that stuff. And I think the devs, again, they misdiagnosed, or maybe they believed the player's diagnosis of what the problem was. So the treatment was completely wrong. And again, guess who it was who came riding to the rescue of the quote-unquote casual player base? It was those so-called elite fuckers who want nothing to do than have got nothing better to do than gatekeep everyone else out of the game. They're the ones who came screaming up against Update 35 and said, no, you are so gonna harm the casuals with this. And Nefas got a massive amount of abuse because he'd sort of set himself up as the anti-toxic casual, even though he was actually sticking up for these people and trying to make sure they didn't get a really bum patch. But people were on his case saying, you're just trying to get that patch changed because it favors us and not you. And yeah, it's the level of paranoia is really interesting. The psychology of MMOs, I bet, would be a fascinating thing to study. Gotta go have fun with the stream. Thanks, Eggbirds and Moose. When we try to diagnose the actual problem, we get banned if it involves exploits. Like that group who stopped streaming so others wouldn't learn how. and to record stuff as us to look at so they could fix whatever trial bug it was. All right, well, yeah, that's a little bit different. I'm talking more about there's a French psychologist called Celia Audent. It's spelled Hodent, but I guess the French don't pronounce the H. So Celia Audent? I don't know. But anyway, she is a bit of a legend in the games industry, and she's had some relatively well-paid jobs, I'm sure, of the likes of Epic Games and stuff like that. She worked on Fortnite, which, when you think about it, when you need a game to be that compelling, that addictive isn't the right word, but you want it to be compulsive playing, you want it to be a 1,000-hour game for a lot of people, you want to hire a good psychologist, someone who understands how this shit works. And in playtesting, they often found they got ridiculous feedback from players. So they learned very quickly to listen when players said, I didn't like this, but to almost utterly ignore the reasons they gave in the following sentence. Because there was something about the zombies in Fortnite or some other game that she worked on being difficult to hit. And people thought it was because the head was too small. So they made the heads bigger, it made no difference. It was actually to do with the animation. But like 90% of players reported the same thing. And she gives a bunch of examples of this. How players are very, very bad at... We're not objective. But because it's a lived experience for us, yeah, I played the game, I missed the headshot, I know why. You know, we come at it with a degree of confidence, which only makes our feedback less valuable, because we haven't really thought about it. We've just said, well, here's why. I don't need to think about it, I know why. That's more what I meant than a specific exploit, Moose. But yeah, I know what you mean. And Flame and Demigod, I hated when TFB just got killed in protest. Yeah. And come on, back to the skill, I would argue that making the build and understanding why it's good is a skill. Yeah, that is a little bit of semantics, but no, you're definitely right. Now that's why we draw the distinction between a skill gap and a knowledge gap when we talk to players who are fed up and think that ESO is too hard and they need things to be made more accessible to them. It's like, you're not necessarily wrong about that, but don't try to target the skill gap. And don't believe the content creators who say you need to be a 14-year-old with crazy dexterity and mad skills to be able to do this Nightblade rotation. That's complete bullshit. These people have just never learned to play the game. So the advice they're giving you is not going to help. It's an issue of understanding what goes where and all that stuff. Yeah. Especially in the realm of an MMO, Live in the Power Fantasy. And Sparrow, I definitely think skill matters more than builds. I know many PvPers running 5-year-old pure class setups. They might only get the same kills as a mid player in top gear, but they die a whole lot less. Okay. I mean, you're obviously right that skill does matter a great deal. You can't just go to YouTube and get the most insane build, even if the build is actually really good, and immediately become EMP. Like, it's not gonna work. That's fair. Had a brief stint in 4D score pushing, I think, but generally not. This is Nefas. Alright, there we go, yeah. You know, like, my point there was that people were setting up a straw man. Or that he became a target. In a way which didn't generally make a lot of sense. New Namta, that's the correct answer. And I'm not sure I quite understand the rules on combat, even though it's fairly to understand on paper, fairly easy to understand on paper. And Saint Psycho, thanks for the follow. They're all individually, there's nothing that individually is difficult to understand, but there's a lot. I love the combat system in this game. I think it's really good. So I'm glad it turned out the way it did, but you could definitely make the case, if you were a game developer with a time machine, to go back to 2013 and say, hey guys, trim the fat a little bit, take out some of the complications. Sure, you want a sense of development and mastery for your players, but I don't know, I think especially with where we are now from the sort of philosophy of game development and making it very, very accessible and that kind of thing, they might have made some different decisions there. Personally, I'm glad they didn't. I love that we got this chaotic, crazy, complicated combat system where there are so many variables and you can always find a different way of doing something. Until the Arcanist came along. But yeah, there's a lot, isn't there? There is a lot. Guns and Raiders. That's what I like, though. You don't pretend to know. If you do not know, you guys will state you don't know, and then you'll send folks to the right areas, places, people. All right, yeah, fair. That's true. And to be fair, I say that I often cite that as a reason why I loved the Asian God when he was here. He was extremely knowledgeable, and he would often show you the mathematics of what he'd done to justify his argument that this is better than that. That would be his YouTube video. It was just a bunch of math. Which is hilarious. I love that. But he would also happily say, I'm not 100% sure about this. Or I haven't tested this, but... Azra. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. That's very kind. Appreciate it. Much as I appreciate your kind words. Guns N' Raiders, yeah, cheers. Balorda, I've been listening for a few minutes. Hello. Welcome on in. Balorderlands 4, ladies and gentlemen. That's a shit joke, but I like it. I'm going to keep making it. Execute Balorda 66. I've been listening for a few minutes. For me, it feels like the devs are trying to cater to casual players for too long. In some areas, I definitely think there's truth to that. Trying to get them to be able to do more damage. In the end, most of the changes didn't help them in any way. Yeah, update 35, Kamul. Oof. You're right. You're absolutely right. Update 35 is the perfect example of that, isn't it? It didn't help. And it wasn't just because the devs misdiagnosed and mistreated the situation, in my opinion. And we did test. It was one of the reasons our YouTube started getting hits was because we made a lot of content around Update 35 and why it was wrong. And we ran the numbers and we showed a detailed example using an actual trial boss. And then we went into the logs and we subtracted we sort of retrofitted the changes that Zos were talking about making to a good group, to our group, who had just done a 6-minute file grab and clear, which at the time was fairly quick. And then a group that had struggled and they'd got through it in 16 minutes or something like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. To keep the group together, to res everyone, for the tanks to stay alive for 16 minutes and get the hard mode clear, that's actually an achievement in and of itself. It's much harder than what my group did. But the point was, these are the kind of groups you want to make the game easier for, presumably. The ones that are just able to clear it. And on a bad day, might not get through. And we ran the numbers and showed that these guys would have lost an incredible amount of damage, whereas my group would have lost much less, like 5% of our damage or something like that. And we extrapolated the fight time out. Ours would have gone up to 8 minutes or 7.5 minutes. Theirs would have gone up to almost 35 minutes. I think. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's a long time ago. 3 years, man.
It is good.
But yeah, that and a bunch of other feedback that they got meant that that's why they did a U-turn. Because the numbers didn't lie, and it just showed that in its initial form, Update 35 didn't do what they wanted it to do. And Balorda, you're correct, that even when the devs do correctly target something, it may be that the diagnosis provided by the players was wrong to begin with. So, yeah, it's... Sometimes, I feel like they have the hardest jobs in the world, these people. At least it's not like international, you know, international relations and diplomatic breakdown and the security of the world order. At least it's nothing like that. It's just a video game. But still. What a nightmare. And Moose, Rich was basically saying work less, which is such a weird concept. I wonder if he tells the developers that too. Work less, please. Don't optimize the things we add. Actually, now I think about it, he probably did. I think what he's really trying to do there, Moose, is encourage people that the devs are on their side, the majority side. And who knows if that is part of how he feels, just... And it just could have been expressed in a slightly clearer way, or more specific way, or whether there's a little bit of pandering. When you're on stage, you've got thousands and thousands of players watching, you know that most of those players are probably going to like it if you take a dig at the end gamers that they might not like. But Lauder was here saying before that during the tavern, for example, there was some real horrible, venomous comments by the German community towards the so-called elites, and that most of us watching the stream weren't reading because either our German isn't good enough, or we can't read it fast enough, or we don't read German at all. We weren't aware of how much of this was going down, so I'll just have to take your word for it. But it sounded like a real shame, and that Rich was inadvertently fanning the flames of that. A little bit of game developer populism, maybe. Flaming Demigod. Generally, it depends in my experience, as each group expects different things. Each group has their own biases, and it's really hard to figure out who's actually correct. Personally, I hate the dumbing down of certain skill requirements. I'm with you on that one. I don't think you and I are necessarily right. It's not the only way to feel about it, but I agree with you. I'm just going to say it. But I know it's better for the health of the game, or it might be. Yeah, so you're prepared to accept that something that you don't like might be better for the health of the game in totality. That's cool. If we could remember to cop that kind of attitude, all this would be a bit easier, wouldn't it? A lot of people don't really see it that way. But a lot of most casuals aren't able to understand the changes and are too trusting. They believe every word the devs will say. Yeah, that's weird, because you're right, but at the same time you get a lot of the comments that I think, I assume are from very casual players on YouTube, especially. We don't get so much of this on Twitch. They have real hate towards the devs. They don't seem to have much hatred towards me. I mean, some people do, but that's a different thing. But I'll get like videos that are saying, "Thank you, brother, great vid," and then they'll talk. They'll just say something really awful about the folks at ZOS and who should be fired. And yeah, so it's a weird mix, isn't it? Kamal, ESO is too hard for new players. It's overwhelming, right? Based on complex systems that are poorly explained. Hallelujah, amen to that. Poorly explained is the key word. Or just not explained. Just not explained at all. Because it's too hard. And many fixes to issues are complicating more instead of helping, and then they think simplifying the actual gameplay loop is helpful, but it does the opposite. So, like you say, it's more of a knowledge issue than anything else. Yeah, and it compounds the problem. We did this diagram way back for update 35, where I made a little animation. I remember Nefas was like, "Oh, nice animation. Nice editing." I was like, yeah! It took me way too long to do it, but it was just, you know, this example we have. Imagine these two black shadows on the ground. We have the base. That's a bad example. Just say these steps here. You have two lines, upper and lower, and one is the floor, the damage floor, that people who are just doing the bare minimum in terms of building for damage and doing a rotation, that's the damage floor. That's the DPS that these guys are bringing to bear. And then you've got right at the top, you know, Charles or Alduin in a fully optimized group, score pushing, and with all the bells and whistles they can possibly get, squeeze out every last drop of damage. What you want to do is bring that down whilst bringing the lower one up. And often what they do is when they try to give free damage to the floor gets a little bit of a push, but the top gets a much bigger boost, so it moves further away. And then when they try to nerf the top and bring that down a bit, what happens is, yeah, they'll bring it down a little bit, but the floor will take an even bigger hit and move further away. It's a bit simplistic. And the reason is simple. And this was Maya's idea to put it in the video. I think we just had a little shot of Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park with Maya saying the words, "Power creep finds a way." You know? If you are an endgamer, if you are in a score push group, and part of that collective gigabrain that swaps ideas and theory crafting and testing results about how to push maximum damage, you are going to find ways to benefit from every change. Or to minimize the loss from any change. Regular players can't do that. So the more you try to change things, the more you move the furniture around, the more the players who aren't used to the lay of the land will trip over. I'm mixing metaphors like a crazy person here. And Kamal, yeah, to be clear, you're not calling anyone dumb. I don't think anyone would get that impression. So no worries. Yeah, not calling anyone dumb or anything for not knowing. I blame the game, complexity and poor explanation and problem solving. Agreed. Completely agreed. People who are noobs are not dumb or bad. That's exactly the point. That it's like if you could put your finger on one thing that Ninja Pulse does, it's probably not teaching. I mean, recently I haven't done a teaching trial in a few weeks now. It's terrible. But you know, many people would think, oh, it's build videos or teaching trials or something like that, or prog groups. Probably the number one thing that we do is reassure people you are not bad at the game. Hey, Zion Control, how's it going? Welcome on in. And the Schnacks, here we go. Schnacks's takes are always good. It's not just knowledge to get a build right for you, more so in PvP than PvE, because when using it, you have to be able to recognize what you need to change to improve it. Words of wisdom, once again, yeah. Kamal, you're right, and that's still a need in knowledge to be to recognize this, but it's not only that, yeah. Sparrow goated, the Asian god, Captain Spreadsheets. Yeah, he was great, wasn't he? But order, the problem ESO got is that overland content is so easy. You don't have to learn anything. That's why people who don't know anything about the game will say the game is easy and casual friendly. Yeah, because it is. And it doesn't put any pressure on you to improve. Why would we improve? When your piano teacher says to you every week, you're amazing, you're the greatest, you're smashing it, you don't need to practice. Don't know if you guys ever took piano lessons when you were a kid. I loved piano lessons when I was like 5 or whatever when I started. By the time I was 9, I hated it. And but my mum was like, no, you're not stopping until you've done your grade 5 or whatever. And my teachers were just like, bro, why aren't you practicing? How are you going to improve if you don't practice? You know your parents are paying for this, right? That's literally what one of my teachers said to me once. And it was like, you got to make time in your week to practice. And if the game doesn't tell you you need to do better... You know, we've been playing a lot of games this month. One of the things we've talked about in a couple of them, in Doom, the Dark Ages, Doom Eternal, particularly, the Dark Ages in particular actually, it's very, very good at giving you a wall which you will climb over pretty easily if you've been paying attention and doing all the things that the game needs you to do. Whereas if you've just been scraping by and you got some big damage on that demon and didn't really do the mechanic the game needed you to, they will force an encounter on you that you will not be able to progress unless you actually have learned what they need you to learn. And the reason they do that is because there are things coming up which will crush you. And you will get wrecked and feel frustrated if you don't learn all the steps on the way to getting there. I even read a review of the DLCs for Doom Eternal. I know I talk about Doom a lot, just bear with me. I think it's relevant to this. It's a review of The Ancient Gods Part 1 and 2, and they basically made the argument that the entire of the base game that was released for Doom was basically a tutorial. Hey, look at this guy. Nice mount. Nice mount, bro. Ah, they're not taking the bait. Dumbest and best mount in the game. Possibly. I think you can make the case. Especially when it's walking. It looks so absurd. But yeah, I love that idea that the whole game is just a tutorial for the quote-unquote endgame. And because Doom Eternal did have a live service component, but they quickly realized the whole battle mode thing it's not gonna take off. The real end game is gonna be the 2 DLCs, and we'll just make them bastard hard. And then it's pure joy. There's nothing left for you to learn. And Doom the Dark Ages does that in its final 2 acts. You finally left the tutorial. Now you know everything. And it lines up beautifully with the moment in the narrative where now... It's like that bit where in the 2... No, it's in Return of the King. Kamal will appreciate this reference. In the Return of the King where Sam gets to the bottom of the cliff after Frodo's told him to take a fucking hike. And he finds the lembas there that got him through off the cliff. And that's what motivates him. He's like, fuck no, I'm going back. And that climb back, the Doom Dark Ages storyline very much mirrors that. And then there's this moment of redemption. You have 2 levels left. All the demons are there, waiting for you to kick their asses. And the game has taught you everything. Now go, my child. Rip and tear. And it is just a wonderful moment. It's one of the reasons I think that game might deserve a little more credit than it gets, because it's very much the little brother to its predecessor. Anyway, I'll stop talking about Doom now. Ultra Animation God, haven't heard that name in a bit. I think he was part of the Update 35 Exodus. I think he was before that. But yeah. But he was still... Yeah, he made a video on Update 35. That's exactly right. And he was still following a lot of his friends over here. He was mates with Skinny Cheeks and Nefas and those guys. So, you know, he would keep an eye on what they were making and saying about the game and comment on it. Come on, I make this argument daily. There needs to be a graduate skill check, knowledge check. Exactly. Just not trying to jump in the deep end, trying to get good at the game first. Yeah, how do they do that? Because it's a principle they obviously recognize. Think about it in a dungeon. When you're running towards a boss fight, often there'll be a little scene in front of you where, I don't know, something happens. You see a mechanic, a little preview of it. So the trial and dungeons team, clearly they understand this principle of preparing the players for the content they're about to jump into, and not just letting failure be their teacher. Because it works, but it's rough, and it's a psychological blow, right? Not everybody responds well to getting their ass kicked. It's why FromSoft games are beloved by some, avoided by others. And why Maelstrom Arena used to be hated by some people back in the day when it was much more difficult. So yes. But Lord, a few years ago, Hyperioxys raided some beginners after ending his streams. They took several minutes to kill a boss in normal Arx Corinium. They were already trying to copy some endgame builds, but didn't know what they were doing. Yeah, I can recognize that. And Greykirk, hello there! Sparrow. I like the idea of each zone getting progressively more difficult as the story progresses. Thank you for reminding me of that. That is how the game worked a long time ago. So, in fact, there was a version of what we're talking about. A ramping up. Hey, Maya just messaged me. She's going to be coming home at around 1:30. Very exciting. There might be some tickling. There'll definitely be some silliness. Like Craglorn used to be, dungeons sort of follow this path, so why not Overland? Yeah, they used to be leveled, didn't they? So, it would get a little bit more difficult each time. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I wish I did. Morgan D, that was how the maps used to be initially, exactly before Tamriel, Tamriel. You had to level and learn how to play before you could go into the high level areas. I get being inclusive, but where do you draw the line? I actually think that wasn't done for accessibility. It was just done so it wouldn't be a complete nightmare, because the launch of the game was underwhelming, and they had this like year, obviously, to turn it around. Someone up the chain must have said, you know, get results within X number of months, or ... You know, finger being drawn across neck, kind of. I don't know. But that is how companies tend to operate, right? We have a huge cash cow here, but if it's not going to milk, there's only so long we're gonna keep tugging. What a terrible metaphor, once again. So yeah, I'm guessing they just had a limited amount of time to fix their priority bugbears, and that's what One Time Real was. Yeah. So Morgan, yeah, where do you say you need to have some skill before attempting this area? I would appreciate meeting the challenge myself. So would I, especially if it ramps up slowly. Then it feels good. Like, I definitely noticed in Borderlands yesterday, yeah, I was having some performance issues. So my aiming was a little bit slow. And that all melted away once I stopped streaming and restarted the game. I'll be interested to try streaming it again to see if that was the problem. But, yeah, I was running it in 4K last night before I went to bed. It was glorious. But the game is rapidly becoming very easy for me. Right at the beginning, it was quite difficult. I felt very squishy. I would die very fast. Obviously, that's a new player, noob issues as well. Not knowing quite where everything is and taking a little while to execute the actions that you will do very quickly later on in the game. But I definitely felt the stats increased a lot faster than my proficiency with the controls. And I've played Borderlands 1 and 2. So they're not wildly different. It's not like I was learning a completely new game. But by the evening, I was soloing massive enemy bases. And multiple, like, mini-bosses and stuff like that. Without ever really having to worry. Because the power accrues very, very fast. And maybe that's the thing that they will address in a patch. They will ramp up the increasing difficulty of enemies. I don't know. Or they'll just make it a little bit easier at the start. Because it felt a little bit out of whack to me. So it's an interesting example. Dragon, back when the game came out. Yeah, exactly. It was a little bit like that. Sparrow, reason to get better in other games is stumbling into an area you're under-leveled or under-skilled for and realizing, shit, I need to get better and come back. Or in the case of Morrowind, where you're just traveling along the road to Caldera, and you see that the road continues through Caldera towards Aldrune, and you think, hey, I'm gonna be a badass and go explore. No one's giving me a quest to go there. I'm just gonna be a bad motherfucker and go. I'm a rebel. Nobody can stop me. Then you run into an aillet on the road and it fucking munches you. And it just bites your head off. And then you reload and think, I'll just stop in Caldera for a few days. Oddly specific example. Definitely didn't happen to me. But Lord, I really missed 2014 difficulty. You left the 2015 because people you were playing with stopped playing. When I came back 2018, I was really shocked how easy everything had become. Still having the 2014-15 difficulty in my head. But Lord is like that, the granddad at the, excuse the metaphor. But Lord, you're like the granddad at the Thanksgiving dinner table. The youth of today have it so easy. Back in my day, we actually had to work for a living and study for our exams. You guys don't know you're born. But yeah, I know what you mean. Shocked how easy everything had become. I've feared vet content for a long time. When trying it for the first time, it was vet Darkshade Caverns. And I got every achievement during the first try. Hard mode, speed run, no death. Alright, Kamal, have a lovely, lovely flight. Maybe I'll be back in the lounge. That'd be cool. Sparrow, like have a story difficulty or something, and the default actually nudge people to want to improve. I think that's fine. Yeah, and I think the game did do that. I remember when Morrowind first came out, there was a boss that I had to go away and change things for. I mean, obviously, it wasn't really difficult. I was just a victim of what I was talking about before. I was ignorant of some things because the game hadn't showed anything. It hadn't showed me any of these things yet. But it was a relatively straightforward process to go back and just prioritize. Alright, where have I put skill points and passives in that maybe aren't so good, that maybe aren't helping me? Now that I've been playing for a bit longer. Erin, hello there. Hello, sir. Hvordan går det? Skide godt. Erin hurriedly trying to Google translate what the hell I just said. And yeah, Zion Control, if you're still here. If you got any questions, Ninja Pulls is a teaching guild, so feel free to shoot questions at me and at my chat all day. We are here for that, among other things. We're also here for story time, so let's get going with that at some point. But yeah, there's quite a lot to digest and think about in terms of Update 48 and the reveal. It just brought up a lot of things, didn't it? Even though it contained so little. It brought up a lot of thoughts, comments, and questions, you know? Safe flight, homies, safe travels, etc. Erin, go and catch flying planes with your bare hands. Is that a code for hijacking? No piano, but 2 years of flutes, and had to practice almost every day. Well, there we go, yeah. You'll know in a couple of hours. Mongody, I remember the reasons they gave was that so everyone could play in the zones with each other.
I haven't.
And not be confined by zones. Guilds complained that alliance restrictions, zone restrictions, made it so guilds couldn't run together and had a hard time recruiting. Yeah, it was a feature that they thought would be more attractive than it was, and that people wouldn't mind those trade-offs. In actual fact, the trade-offs were much more annoying than they'd thought they were. And, yeah, there wasn't enough... The attractions of being part of an alliance were so minimal. Like, what's the point? I don't feel like there's any advantage in being Aldmeri Dominion. I only feel the disadvantage of not being able to play with anyone who isn't in that alliance. Zion Control, I'm a PvP guy. Nice. I love Zero. Not so much Battlegrounds. They're fun, but I will always prefer the open world stuff. Cyrodiil and Imperial City. Played since day one, so PvE is fun, but Cyrodiil is just a different beast. When you said I own the game, I'm interested for sure. I don't know, I definitely recognize the name, but I misinterpreted that as I recently bought the game. I said I own the game. No, you're saying I've been here since day one. I know what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Well, awesome. Either way, glad to have you here. So welcome on in, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We have been waffling a little bit about Update 48 and the various ways that we feel about it. Short version. Many of us were a little bit disappointed not to see more combat changes, more quality of life changes. However, I was somewhat encouraged. Obviously, we can't believe it until we see it, but I was encouraged when Gina said towards the end, hey, guys, that stuff is coming, and one of the reasons it's not coming this patch is that it's quite big. We've got some big things that we're working on, which to me suggests more of a ground-up overhaul of the combat skill lines, the class skill lines. I mean, I've been making the argument that that's kind of what they needed to do ever since it became clear in week 3 of Update 46 PTS that they weren't going to have this thing finished and ready and fit for purpose for the update. So we would have to just live with a wacky version of subclassing for a few patches. And I guess I said at the time I was okay with that, so I have to stand by that. But I completely understand why other people are more impatient. And it's a bit frustrating. An MMO like this is a bit like an aircraft carrier or something like that, like a massive, massive ship. You don't just do a 3-point turn with that thing. You know, it takes a long time to implement almost anything in a beast like this. But also the giant bone colossus that they just gave us a slight glimpse of in the preview yesterday. That worked for me, because I didn't know we had something like that coming. They didn't tell us. They haven't shown us anything about the Writhing Walls Stage 3. And that's what this is going to be, the Writhing Fortress with this giant boss. That sounds hella cool. Although, if you don't own the content pass, it is another bummer. It's a FOMO thing, isn't it? Schnacks, I made multiple characters early on and really enjoyed that I did not have to go the same places for all of them. Yeah, and I think that was the idea, wasn't it? That people would do it that way. It's an interesting one. And I think part of it is just that as games have become a more mainstream thing, and people are it's increasingly normal to spend a lot of time in a video game in your weekly schedule, or or it's increasingly normal to know someone that does that. Like, it used to not be a thing at all. It was a very, very niche group of people that would do that. Now it's pretty ordinary. You know, there are gamers everywhere. Look at this. Look at this Khajiit. Like a really badass look with that wafty dancing move. So with the audience increasing, the audience size, the potential audience size increasing, the opportunity to make more money is there. But also the expense of making games has ballooned like crazy. You know, production values that the public expect, the whole AAA thing. It means that you got to sink so much money into making it. You really, really need it to be a hit, and not just amongst your niche market, but like a broad-based mainstream hit. And is that what has led to dumbing down isn't the right word necessarily, but the mainstreamification of things like that? Oh, just make it so that you can go anywhere. You know, the one Tamriel thing would be a good example. Making Overland super easy. The thing that we talk about a lot here, because we've got a lot of RP, you know, role-playing game fans, not necessarily role-players, but fans of that genre, who get a little bit patronized and irritated when the game shows you the marker on the map and a little dotted line and a thing on your compass, and you can even hold down a button to show the exact path you need to take to your objective. It kind of takes the gameplay out of it. But it's all in the service of making it super duper accessible, right? Is that all just part of games becoming more mainstream and incredibly, like, increasingly expensive to make? I wonder. Well, like Meat Popsicle, the update stream made Blue Flaming Mountain look good, I guess. It kind of did, but at the same time, as several people pointed out, you know, it's just a Death Hound with a black texture and a blue glow and some flamey particle effects. Yeah, many of the cool mounts are exactly that. What mount have I got on this guy? Oh, bad example. But many of the mounts are exactly that. Even the very ones that we get excited about. Like this one. It's just, you could say it's just a regular cat mount. It's a regular cinch mount with a funky reskin. So I guess, yeah. Yeah, I thought the stream was okay. The only thing I think they may have whiffed a little bit is, and I think Gina could have told them. Sorry, that's an email I will read a little bit later. Probably not to be read on stream. From the lovely Tiago. I'm sure Gina is well aware of how many of the players feel about Update 47. And the fact that they feel in need of some comforting news. Something to look forward to. Some reassurance. I was a little bit surprised that the devs didn't seem interested in providing that yesterday. Gina was the only one who tried to do that. I thought that was a missed opportunity. It's not a big deal. And it's a tricky thing, because if it's just a vocal minority that's kind of dissatisfied or aggrieved, And if you then tried to address that in a stream where, 10, 15,000 people are watching, it might be a small proportion of the viewers that are actually bothered by this. And all you're doing by bringing it up is introducing the idea that people aren't happy with the game to thousands and thousands of other players. So maybe that's the logic there. I don't know. I'm just trying to both sides it a little bit here. Blue flaming mount did not look good to me. Erin, you went into it. Morgan Deere only mattered in PvP. Most even people that did not have the solstice, do not have a solstice will still participate from what I read. They won't be able to go to solstice though, obviously. So all the most exciting things that are happening
I have been expecting you.
for the Writhing Wall event. We're going to be making a lot of content about this, I expect, both here on stream, just talking about it, making videos as well. Design Control, biggest part of ESO. If you could wait, it will go on sale eventually. That's true. So the camp is already there. Looks like someone had exactly the same idea as I did. Is that a streamer showing people what's up? But here we go. So this is already here, and it shouldn't be. The lens is not supposed to be there yet. Who is this?
Want to send the worm cult packing? Come talk.
Mozak77, I don't know them. So this is a bug. Currently none of this should be here yet. They accidentally activated it, but you can't actually do anything. But most of the dailies that we'll be able to do from this central camp, I think 3 out of 5 of the dailies you can do here. It might even be 4 out of 5. Can either be done on Sturk, which is somewhere down here, I think. I think it's just south of Merkmire. You can either go to Sturk to do the daily, and there's a version of this camp on Sturk as well. You know, as a nice follow-on from the main quest, right?
Come talk.
You'll be able to do dailies there and in base game delves, all up and down all of those base game zones. And that's either 3 out of 5 of the dailies or 4 out of 5 of the dailies can be done by anyone. Now, obviously, the coolest part of doing this, for me, is building the beacon in Phase 1 and repelling the worm cult invasions down here. It's like a mini Harrow Storm type thing. But we've got 5 of them. Oh no, 4? Is it 4? Yeah, 4. No, it is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Every point in which the road meets the wall. That's Phase 1. Phase 2 is the beacon being lit and firing at the wall while these attacks get more and more difficult. And all of these siege things, by the way, these tables will be replaced by siege towers, and these fortifications will get more and more complete. It's just a small visual upgrade, but it feels meaningful. Like when you come back and you notice, whoa, this place is really beefed up. And there are loads more NPCs who are like in simulated combat with the worm cult in and around the place. It's a lot of fun. And then Phase 3 is when we actually break, not necessarily through the wall, but into the middle of the wall, into the writhing fortress. And obviously none of the things I've just described will be possible for those who don't own the content pass. Just want to be clear about that. So all the main ways in which we progress the bar towards completing the wall events will be available to everyone. It's only a couple of things that are specific to players who have access to Solstice. Does that clarify the issue for anyone? Accessible for disabilities as well? Yeah. Schnack, so you did a professional composer and a whole orchestra now, not just some dude who knows MIDI, yeah? That's a great example. Like, that is a perfect example of how incredibly expensive. Although I did see an amazing video, I should send this to Eggbirds actually, of a game that we streamed a few times on here called Tiny Glade, which is a sort of a cute, cozy builder sim where you just have incredible flexibility and freedom in building cottages, castles, really, really elaborate dwellings. I loved it. I bought it immediately. I knew I wanted to support that studio, which is a very small studio. I think it might be 3 people. And they got a husband and wife composer team to write, record, and produce the music for the game. I think with a couple of guest musicians. But this is like a husband and wife of, you know, multi-instrumentalists. And the soundtrack is just lovely. Yeah, the giant rat mount was cool. I agree with that. But honestly, the rat mount, my first thought was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Same here, especially the green ooze kind of thing. Well, Troy, I feel like the stream was scheduled before they had anything to talk about. So they put together some stuff last minute just because they needed to. I think it feels like that a lot of the time with their streams, because preparing, like, you know, doing choreographed / scripted commentary for a thing like this that involves, I mean, how many people were involved yesterday? 5 on camera, plus potentially a couple of others. I don't know if they have like an online, you know, a sort of a producer who's working with Gina with the streams, or whether she's just producing it live in the way that I am quote unquote producing the stream that you're seeing here. It's probably just Gina doing it all. But still, 5 people, that's quite a lot to coordinate and make them all available during the workday. Like, these are important guys. They have a lot to do. You know, they made it very clear. Jason Barnes and Mike Finnegan have been promoted. Their roles and responsibilities are larger than ever. So you can't weigh them down with too much prep, I think. So they just rely on that sort of homely feel of people who professionals who get along well together and who are just passionate about the project. And that does shine through. But yeah, it leaves it very, very rough and ready. And with Jason Barnes not wanting to spoil, because they get a lot of comments, oh, you spoiled this, you spoiled that. Finn gets a lot of shit for this during dungeon reveals as well. I think he's decided just to be chill and like, well, whatever. If you don't want it spoiled, don't watch. And he's just started saying that at the beginning of his dungeon previews. Like, if you really don't want to know anything, maybe just have a look when it goes live. But for those who don't mind having a little sneak peek, here we go. But like me, Popsicle, the thing that was agitating... I love the thing with a capital T. The thing that was an agitation for me was that there was so much banter. Yeah, that was a little strange. But again, I think it's... For me, it was because I was coming up the stream with, right, you need to impress me. I've got friends who might be leaving the game. I don't think they will, but just the fact that people are talking about it. People whose company I'm really fond of in this game and who I'll miss if they're gone. And just the idea that people are dissatisfied. Update 47 didn't do enough. Let's have one where Update 48 really does something to move things along. I really wanted them to come out swinging and address those concerns. And it's the fact that they didn't. They were just kind of chill.
The type Sergeant Anteve is looking for.
I think that's what surprised me. But I very quickly realized why that might be the case. For the reasons I've just said, you know, it's sometimes it might be better not to say anything. It's why elephants in the room don't get addressed sometimes. Anyway, enough about that.
I don't know if you picked the best time to visit Evermore, but if you know how to use that weapon, I expect you will be treated as an honored guest.
Yeah, there was so much banter, a cacophony of the staff talking over each other. Makes it look unprofessional, and is a little disrespectful for those of us with time constraints. Yeah, or those with concerns. I know what you mean. Watch several developer streams for Last Epoch, WoW, Path of Exile that have done a better job with organization and professional presentation, if that makes sense. It does make sense. All I would say is it sounds like this might have been one of the few ESO live streams that you watched. They're not normally like that. It normally starts off with a little bit of banter between Jess and Gina, kind of being the podcasters, the cool podcasters of the studio, and then they turn it over to devs, and it gets a little bit more focused because they have, you got 20 minutes. Do your thing. Yeah, I've not watched ESO dev streams before, so I would say yesterday's was kind of a terrible example. It wasn't a terrible stream, but it was not a good example of what they typically have. I think part of the issue was Jason really didn't want to spoil anything, but because it's not a new zone, it's just the second part of the zone we already have. He wanted to get in there and show us how different it is. We already know what the story is going to be. We know who the villains are. We know who the heroes are. Yeah, there's kind of not a lot for them to reveal. So it was a bit of a tricky one. And we have so many questions about the wall, and it was too large a topic for them to address in that one stream, so they're doing another one. And I don't know, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say they're probably going to lean on content creators like Ninja Pulse and others to make community guides for the Writhing Wall event. I certainly hope so. I would love to make one, and I'm just trusting that they will provide us with full access to the whole event on PTS, and it looks like that is happening. Because I was a little bit worried when they gave us incomplete access in Update 46 and then they turned it off in the last few weeks of PTS. So yeah. I hate that they're making the event seem like a new feature. It's just an event with an extra big thing. There are some things to it which are new, though. The server-wide progress. I don't know, I'm not a game developer, but I can imagine this is the type of concept that sounds great in the planning room. You know, dividing the zone in half and then making it inaccessible, but then also making it seamless after it goes live. They've given themselves a lot of work with that. And in which case, maybe, Moose, your criticism would be, well, for all that work, maybe it wasn't worth it. I'm not that excited. You could definitely make that argument. But it's one of those things, it's a bit like, there's a funny moment in Star Wars Outlaws at the beginning, where Vex puts on her jacket for the first time. Is it No. Shit, what's her name? Doesn't matter. I've already forgotten. The protagonist of that game, she puts on her jacket for the first time, and the camera, you see her picking it up, and the camera cuts to her little buddy, her little pet, doing something weird, and then it cuts back as she's just, like, adjusting it, because there's no fucking way they're gonna spend time figuring out how to make it look like that character's putting on a jacket in a video game. Like, that is such a simple thing to show in theatre, film, or television, but in a video game, it is a nightmare. And if you don't nail it, you'll just break the illusion for a bunch of people. I can easily imagine this being not quite equivalent, but just a much harder thing to pull off. Yeah, and I can just imagine the reactions of the guys who were told, you have to figure out a way to do this, after they emerged from the meeting where they've said, right, this is what we're doing with the story in 2025. Back in, like, I don't know, this time 2 years ago.
I don't know. My true king. I knew he had not forgotten us. I am certain there are many ways you can help. You should speak to Duke Renchant if you haven't already. Oh, and Queen Argela's handmaiden. She's very sharp.
Polite me, Popsicle, I get it. The other reason I was struggling during the stream is I spent all day for work on Teams calls, so the stream was my idea of hell. Yeah, it kind of is, yeah. It's, they used to have much more sit-down discussions in a room, where they would have everyone on camera at the same time. But since the advent of COVID and then the working from home, I think it's just much more simple, easier, cheaper to just do it this way. But I'm in agreement. For really big reveals, they have a bit more of a camera rolling, a proper crew, lighting, and that kind of stuff, and a bunch of devs sitting around together, talking and presenting. They did that for the reveal this year, for the big reveal of Solstice and the upcoming content pass. Upload, I mean, if the streams are this chaotic, how do their work meetings go? I wasn't able to watch yesterday, but in other streams there were so many problems, like Gina not switching scenes properly, sound problems, so on. Like there was no stream without any problems. I know what you mean. All I can say is, look at this channel. Every now and again, I will switch to the wrong scene. Every now and again, you guys say, hey, Maya's kind of coming through your mic. But then again, we're doing all this off the hoof. Like, if we are prepped, I tend to just run through all the necessary steps. Like today, I got Deus Ex installed. I made sure the add-on that I wanted to use, the mod, was installed. I ran it a bunch of times. I fixed a bunch of problems with the underlying code, actually. Today's prep was actually very elaborate, so maybe I'm not the best example. But, yeah. So, yeah, speaking of which, Deus Ex later today. That'll be fun, won't it? Schnack, so my guess is that they had to build a couple of things that are going on in the background so they could be used for other events in the future. Exactly. Or at least that's what I hope. Would be cool.
This isn't the dumbest strategy I ever heard. I tell you,
This guy.
things grow darker
Got such
by the
fun
time
hair,
an
this
hour.
dude.
Reached
He's like
a right down
Boimler
there.
from Star Trek
Killed
Lower
the black
Decks.
boat, took the lighthouse, and now they're crawling up
Meat
in the woods
Popsicle.
to
Ah,
assess our
yes.
defenses.
Star Wars Outlaws. Another player who already
Sit
forgot the
here and
forgettable
watch.
main character's name. I actually quite liked her. But I really can't remember what she was called. But the game was a bit buggy at launch. Yeah, it wasn't a slam dunk, and the stealth was. I promised myself I'd go back to it once they rolled out this big improvement patch, but I haven't done it yet.
Captain Huron's fought the bastard's leader before, Strasnock. He says we're outmatched and we have to just wait them out. I say the captain's a few links shy of a full chain. With our defenses weakened, we can't risk waiting.
It got a lot of attention for its pricing. But again, it actually goes back. I set this up very nicely, didn't I? Almost like it was planned. It definitely wasn't. But when you spend that much money on a game, sure, Ubisoft had the money to pour into it, but then at some point along the line, you're like, oh shit, we have to actually deliver a return on all that money. How many copies can we realistically expect to sell? And what will happen if we up the pricing? How many buyers will we lose? And you can see the money thrown at the screen. It's not one of those games where you fire it up and think, how the fuck, what do they spend the money on? You can see it pouring out of every orifice, so to speak. It's a very, very fancy looking game. Unfortunately, it wasn't really what a lot of players wanted. And there was a hate campaign against it, which I still think was dumb and misguided. Whether it was at Star Wars or Ubisoft or woke culture, I don't know. I don't know that any of those were deserving of quite that level of bile. Maybe Ubisoft.
Absolutely. Captains ordered us to hold back, but not you.
All right.
I won't lie to you, friend.
So we need to go and kill someone. But Lord, WoW had a real big event for opening night. The gates, opening the gates of one trial. It was Realms fighting for the first player to open the gates. Maybe they should have looked a little bit more at this one to make it more exciting for the players. I'm still confused as to why they haven't tried bigging up new trial launch. Like, why isn't that a thing? I think that would be such an easy thing to do. Most of the trials are really good. Sure, Aussie and Cage wasn't a slam dunk. This is part of the whole side of the equation that I would love to understand better. Obviously, the creative stuff is the most interesting, isn't it? You know, the writers, the art directors, the animators, all that shit. You know, mechanics, people who design mechanics. But ultimately, the people who figure out how to budget and price a game, it's very, very important. How's it going, Mike? Welcome on in. Mike EVG, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing?
So you're the one wreaking havoc down there among
Polite Me Popsicle. I think there are loads of games right now that spend millions or billions to make a game look good, but for the characters, gameplay, or fun, it's just lacking. Then an indie dev drops a Silk Song for $20, and it makes AAA games look foolish. But again, it's to do with their projected sales. And with absolutely no disrespect to the developers of Hollow Knight and Silk Song, a lot of industry commentators like IGN, PC Gamer, are struggling to explain why the hype is so big. Like, the devs don't even know. So I think that's a uniquely bad example. Because they knew they were going to sell an absolute motherfucking buttload of, excuse my language, of that game. So they could afford to knock it down to a, and you know, it makes them even more the darlings of gamers around the world. But yeah, I think a lot of budget does go into making the game look good, and look is the key here. We played a couple of 3 specifically CD Projekt games in the last week, and think how amazing they all looked. But that wasn't the thing about the game. Far from it. It helps.
Pardon my intrusion.
It does help.
I would speak to you on behalf of Queen Argella. I am her handmaiden. The Queen has heard of your recent accomplishments, and she asked me to
She's
make
so
a private
happy.
request on her behalf.
I love a happy orc lady. Like, oh, the name of the priestess. I've already forgotten her name. You know, the priestess in the Orsinium storyline. Oh, she's a lot of fun. Mike EVG, hey, so far so good, excellent. And Popsicle, yeah, same examples repeated with Last Epoch, in contrast to Diablo 4. It's $20 to $30 versus Diablo 4 at $80. Last Epoch loved for its gameplay over the long term, and Diablo 4 trashed for multiple issues. Is that accurate? I feel like Diablo 4 was a massive success. Was it not? They had a couple of really bad patches. I don't actually know, but I was under the impression it had done astonishingly well. And I don't know. I don't know if the two can be compared that easily. I realize you're trying to compare things that aren't quite the same. You can never get the quite perfect comparison. But yeah, the point you're making, I think we're all in agreement on. There's a tendency to patronize. It's the same in movies. There's a tendency to patronize viewers by just throwing money at a thing and then hoping that that big budget will automatically draw people in. Like, it's not how it works. But I think gamers are rapidly becoming more wise to this shit than the movie audiences are. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving us too much credit. Diablo was fun. I bought it on launch and the DLC. Replay is fun per season, but it drifts off. Didn't appeal to me. Maya got it free with a GPU that she bought.
He is. The Queen stepped aside, but she remains the rightful ruler of the kingdom.
I've always been a little bit
Quite
puzzled by
frankly,
Diablo,
she's
though, to be
concerned about the
honest.
city's
It has
defenses.
very little
But of
depth.
course, Her Majesty... I know Her Majesty...
And I've never been quite sure why it was so popular. I guess there was nothing like it at that time.
This is absurd. I've committed no crime. And they're just gonna leave me here. I would say to Rut, I will never get that chance. I'll be speared through when the city is taken. And then these damn crows will eat my remains.
Well, polite me, Popsicle, maybe that's exactly what the devs were trying to do. Diablo 2 is my favorite. Zone Control. Like, think about it. If you make this huge, big budget sequel, do you really want to impress and win over that small, niche fan base, who a large chunk of whom are probably going to complain and whine no matter what the end product is? Look at Star Trek and Star Wars. Especially Star Wars. There's a real chunk of the fan base that it just appears to be unpleasable. And they will just throw shit and tear down any attempt to add to or in any way alter their beloved Star Wars universe. And I say that as a fan. I like Star Wars. It's fun. Or do you want to please those guys and risk not pleasing anyone at all if you get it wrong? Or do you just want to make a mainstream game that's going to get you money back or maybe even get you promoted, you know, secure a sign-up for the next game that your studio wants to make? I think we all know where the priorities lie. And it's a shame that they have to conflict with one another sometimes. Nostalgia is a hard drug. Nothing can beat the first feelings. Yeah. ARPGs are a dopamine loot farm cycle. Maybe that's why they don't work on me. I'm fine with a dopamine loot farm cycle, but it's never going to be enough. There needs to be an underlying reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. So our survival games also don't really work on me. I'm thinking, this is fun. This is really smoothly designed. The psychology of it is admirable. I appreciate the way they've manipulated my brain without me feeling like that's what they're doing. I mean, all games do this to a degree, right? But if there's no... I had this issue with Dune Awakening. I was like, why am I here? Why am I doing any of this? I don't feel like there's an underlying purpose to my character doing the things they're doing. Whereas the stories in ESO, I don't know, they do just enough to get me past that. Also, because it's a world I'm already invested in, I enjoy digging a little bit deeper. Speaking of which, Imrazan, why do they put you in the stocks?
For speaking the truth, nothing more. The Imperial Army has just conquered the largest city in southern Bankarai. And mark my words, they will come here next.
How do you know this?
Because I have just come from Holland.
Hello there.
Likes to
The
play
Imperials
catch.
infiltrated
Hello
the
there.
city and seized it overnight. They enslaved half the population. They will do the same here. But when I suggested this to the guards, they locked me up.
yeah, the blockbusterification of video games has been a bad thing. It really has. If we just look at what it's done to the Elder Scrolls, now the Elder Scrolls series has been absent from the tumult of these times. I think you could argue that Starfield was another casualty of it. They tried to make this big game that would have this huge mass appeal, and in the end they forgot what made Bethesda games so fun in the first place. That compulsive exploration and the enjoyment of just seeing what's around the corner. And when you play Starfield, you find out, oh, there isn't that much around the corner. So even though it's a very, very well done game, it's a good game. Anyone who says it's bad is immediately a little bit suspicious to me. It clearly isn't, but it does not measure up to Bethesda's reputation, and that was the problem. But anyway, the mainstreamification of movies has made that this is why we're stuck with a million superhero movies, and I'm sorry. It may be a hot take. I don't care at all if people disagree with me on this, but I was never that interested in superheroes to begin with. The premise is pretty fucking stupid. A man with tights and a cape with superhuman strength that like a 9-year-old boy might dream about when they get bullied at school. I understand why these things exist, but why they have to dominate our cinema screens is just beyond me. So I was bored very, very quickly. By the second X-Men movie, I was already tired of this shit, and I was still a kid. So to grow up, or to continue growing up and see it just dominate and take over everything was just a dismal experience for me. And I know they got better. Some superhero movies are really good. Some have admirable subtexts and things like that. There's a lot to the genre, the franchise, whatever you want to say. But basically, it's a symptom of post-recession. Movies are incredibly expensive. Risk aversion really set in. And instead of having bankable actors like Tom Cruise, Will Smith, who would appear at the top of the movie and really sell that summer blockbuster, oh, it's the new Harrison Ford movie, it started being the new Marvel movie, or the new Harry Potter movie, or the new whatever franchise. And that is why we're now stuck with franchise upon franchise, and there are still amazing films being made in the background, art house cinema, indie cinema, and some mainstream blockbusters that are really smart and really exciting. It's not killed cinema at all. But it has meant there's an awful lot of guff and an awful lot of noise, which makes it harder for us to pick out these gems that might have more success otherwise. And it's not a perfect parallel to what's happened in video gaming, but there is a version of that. We can all see it. It's what you're talking about there with Mike EVG, that some genres are getting a little bit tired, a little bit stale, while others are just getting remakes, remasters, all this stuff, because these are bankable. You pick a game with a really vibrant fan base, and you're guaranteed a bare minimum of return. It's one of the reasons I'm worried about the Elder Scrolls 6, frankly. I'm really glad in some ways that Starfield wasn't the success Bethesda hoped for, because maybe it would have shaken them awake out of their comfort zone and thought, fuck, we can't take this for granted. Yeah, we've made amazing game after amazing game, but we do need to keep our eye on the ball, or the next one won't be. Starfield was a good lesson. Cyberpunk almost was a similar lesson, wasn't it? But for different reasons. Likes of Catch. Hey Khan, hey chat, hope you're all well. Yeah, we're doing good, thank you. Yeah, the OG fans of Diablo were often the Twitch streamers. But again, I think Blizzard probably knew what they were doing. I think they may have literally had discussions where of course not, it never happens literally like this, but there may have been a dynamic where it's like, well, this moves us away from the core, and the existing fan base. It's a step away. But will it please more people? Will it get more people into the game? Such as what you're saying there, the build work skill improvement doesn't have the depth of a Path of Exile 2. That could very well be deliberate. Just like we've been saying with ESO, dumbing things down. They don't want to make their game worse. Of course not. They want to make it more appealing. And it's just a matter of whether that sacrifice is worth it. But it's easy to imagine a hypothetical scenario where Blizzard are looking at on one side they've got the fans who want XYZ, and on the other side there's a bunch of dollar signs and just thousands more players. Which one are they going to choose if they had to pick between them? Alright, so he just came from Hallinstown. The Imperials seized it. They'll do the same here, but when I suggested this to the guards, they locked me up. Why would they lock you up for that?
They said I was spreading half-truths and paranoid delusions. They said the people here have had enough fear with the Reachmen and cannot afford to hear my ravings. Please, you must get me out of here.
All right.
Silenced. It is the people. The people I, the North.
Man, I don't remember this. I don't remember the crow. You trying to tell me something?
No.
I think he's trying to tell us something.
I am here to listen and to watch.
Who are you?
I'm a crow. What more do you need to know?
Okay. The crates are stocked with fresh supplies, weapons, and armor. Stamped as cargo from a ship called the Busey Queen.
New trinkets. Great gifts often appear as a surprise, but sometimes the surprise should be spoiled.
What do you know about this?
I know what I see, but it is no. This is a desperate city in desperate times.
Okay. I mean, with the Reachmen attacking and crows, I'm immediately suspicious of, like, hag ravens and what have you. But I honestly don't remember this bit. Fun. Yeah, top tier Diablo cutscenes. It's funny how, like, that stuff doesn't matter at all, but we do love it. I'm with you. Like, I'm happy for Zos to spend whatever ungodly amount it is on those cinematics that we used to get from Blur. I'm not sure if it's still Blur that does them. We haven't had one this year, have we? And I genuinely missed it. I thought that was a shame. It does a lot to build hype. Yeah. It's probably hard to put your finger on exactly what contribution a thing like that does. But the fact that studios keep making them, despite them being an incredibly expensive thing, probably says it all.
Who are you? Can't you see I'm having a drink with my friend here? Might as well embrace the crows. They're here to stay.
Yeah, and regarding Starfield, polite me popsicle. I find the reviews I rely on are more framed as I didn't enjoy it and not this game is bad. Exactly that. I remember a chat with a bunch of the content creators who do stuff with Bethesda and its various sister studios and whatnot. We had a meetup in London last year. Like Zynerd was there, a bunch of other people, and yeah, I remember asking them what they made of Starfield. I hadn't played it, but they were all on the team when Starfield came out. They all got copies, and they all said I quite liked it. To be honest, thought it was pretty good. Was no Skyrim, but what is? But Lord, they're famous because you can switch off your brain when watching the movie. But that's definitely not a good thing. I think we'd switch off more of our brains, to be honest. Gilly-chan, hello there! The crows are a huge part of the story. Okay, well then, Bankurai was obviously not that memorable to me at the time. I don't love it as a premise. Talking animals? You don't think the city can defend itself?
With 15 guards and a couple quivers of arrows? Not a chance. Everyone's dead. The king, the prince, the knights and soldiers.
You think the Duke's doing a good job?
Done, just Renchant, sure. He's realistic at least. He knows we can't last a day unless we get some help from the outside. Of course, the new guard.
Good drunk acting from this this guy, right?
A loud brushed off an offer from the Fighters Guild.
He refused an offer to help defend the city?
Sure enough, Huron said he's
Alright,
exploring.
I'm done with you. Meat Popsicle, that cinematic where each class is fighting together on that castle roof for ESO was quality. I think they're all pretty amazing, to be honest. I'm struggling to think of one that wasn't awesome.
When there's no knowledge in the tops of towers, check the bottoms of bottles.
How'd you get in here?
One can witness the larger view from on high, but one must come down below to see what hides in shadows.
I'm still hoping that we will get a cinematic this year, but they deliberately didn't do it because the really climactic stuff is coming later, you know? It's not the big confrontation, and that's the stuff that plays well in these cinematics, you know? The big confrontations. That wasn't coming in Seasons of the Worm Cult Part 1. That was just a preamble. Oh, there's a threat to Solstice. Can we get people here? Can we have a bunch of meetings? Can we, you know? It's very much setting the table for the dramatic second act. So, fingers crossed. I would love to see that. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. What is that hides in the shadows?
The light hides in shadows.
What secrets?
Secret hole is no.
I'm starting to suspect why I this one didn't stick in my mind. Other than the guy in the stocks, actually no, that's not true. The guy in the stocks and the drunk guy, these are memorable. These are funny. Not your typical NPC interactions. I remember this bit.
Hey, old friend. I apologize for the mess. The chapel is usually a bit more tidy.
Looks like you're the only knight here.
Yes, the rest of my comrades stand atop the walls of Bankurai Garrison. Only I and a few others are left to watch over the chapel.
Maybe part of the problem with this is that this is a very bleak story moment. The picture they're painting with the dialogue here is pretty awful, but what I see around me at Evermore is like fine. You know, it just looks like a cheerful city compared to Rivenspire. You know, this looks like business as usual. Lovely fantasy candy-colored setting, almost. This is illustrative of, like, the problem I had with WoW. The things that the NPCs were saying you had to go and do was so completely out of whack with what was going on around you, or what the world was signaling. I felt that a lot. And I'm getting it a little bit here. This is better, and that's why this scene exists. Because here you're getting a sense of, things are not good.
Hey, old friend. Yes. The rest
Why are
of
you
my
here?
comrades Someone had to stay behind to mind the house. Windows need fixing, the roof leaks, the door won't stay closed. I keep busy. Besides, warfare is a... Aye, I did at that.
Raves Lord, good day, my lord, and chat, good day. How are you doing today? Welcome on in, everyone. By the way, if you just joined us, this is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. I'll be going to collect Maya in about 12, 13 minutes or so. But for now, it's just me, flying solo. Here's the Queen.
So much suffering. So much death. Like my husband and my children, this soldier gave her life forevermore. I wish I could offer her more comfort, but I can only pray with her to gods whose mercy I have come to doubt.
I'm sorry for your losses.
Many others are enduring similar losses. I deserve no more compassion than they do.
Just got home or
knowing they
going
share my
home?
grief has
So
been a great
weekend.
consolation.
Is
You
it
are not
Friday
here for
already?
grieving,
It
though.
is, isn't it?
Is there some official business that demands my attention?
Your handmaiden asked that I report here.
Oh, of course. Glarica told me. I hope you'll forgive her.
Well, welcome
Her
to the weekend,
intentions are
Raves
good,
Lord.
But she misled you. That request was not on my behalf. She can't seem to accept my decision to
I hope you
step
make it a
aside
really, really good
and let
one.
Duke Renchant handle all matters of state.
So you don't want to know what I found?
I would, but at another time. I hope you understand. Losing my family, I just need time. Thank you for respecting my wishes. Perhaps you can convince Glarica to do the same. She's already off again investigating some ship at the docks.
Well, clearly more's going on than meets the eye in Evermore, right? I work 30 minutes a day extra so I can go home 2 hours earlier on a Friday. Yeah, I like that. That's exactly the kind of thing I would do, for sure. One of my buddies at my old job, he lived outside of the city, like a town, just, it wasn't far. You know, we're talking like 30 miles, 40 miles, something like that, I'm not even sure. But, basically, he would, if he came in to work so that he would be on time, like me, he would have to leave stupidly early in the morning and spend like an hour in traffic. So he had a deal where he would leave half an hour earlier, but he would arrive over an hour earlier to work. And then he would be allowed to leave an hour early at the end of the day. So he would head off at like 5 instead of 6. And on Fridays, everyone was so jealous. And said, alright, I'm off. See you guys later. That was kind of brutal. Every Friday afternoon.
Old deeds Captain Huron was just recounting. Retaking the lighthouse may seem trivial, but in times like these, it's huge. Say, you look like someone I've been hearing quite a bit about. May I ask your name? As I expected, your reputation precedes.
I have a silly joke necromancer name.
A legend in the kingdoms of the Daggerfall Covenant. You're certainly welcome in Evermore. These are desperate times.
Yeah, the Queen wanted me to report some stuff.
Indeed. Then by all means, tell me what you discovered.
Captain Huron turned down an offer to help from the Fighters Guild.
Oh, yes, I'm well aware of this. It's unfortunate, but the terms the guild demanded were downright rapacious.
Rapacious.
Furthermore, the number of
Good word.
mercenaries they could actually muster was almost insignificant. It simply wasn't worth it.
There are crates of weapons and supplies at the East Gate.
So you saw those? You are very perceptive. The truth is that we found an ally to help defend the city. I'm not quite ready to make this information public, though.
The Buellsea Queen?
Yes, that is the ship that transported the supplies. There are more supplies being offloaded even now. Please, if you'll just be patient, I'll share all the details in due time.
The guards
Now,
put a guy in the stocks
stay
just for
away from that
talking
ship.
about the
It's
Imperials.
off limit. I opened our gates to the refugees, but there are limits in that. Listen, I can tell that you have an inquisitive nature, and I know your intentions are good, but I cannot.
You're worried that
risk
people will
revealing
question
all
your
my
plan.
plans. I'm sure that you realize that with the Reachmen bearing down on us, I have a great many matters to attend to. I absolutely do not wish to be rude, but I
Then
must
don't be
go.
rude. I can't help unless
Come
you
back
tell me
another
what you're
time,
planning.
I will endeavor. All right. If you cannot be convinced to let this go, you must understand. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Okay.
Hear me out. A few weeks ago, Imperial diplomats made an offer. They have a deal with the Reach. If we surrender the city to Imperial authority, the Reachman cannot attack.
Hey,
Not
Vezok.
only will
How's
he
it going?
survive, but will also retain considerable
Hello,
autonomy.
nerds. Hello yourself. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. This guy, is he being a fool? You think you can trust the
You
Imperials?
don't have a choice, and at this point, you don't either. Steps are being... As I said before, the Bulse Queen is off limits to all but its crew and the city guard.
He should pretty much just have us arrested right then and there. I often find there is a bit of a disjunct between the way combat works in this game and the ridiculous power that we have. It's also rooted in magic and Deus Ex Machina type stuff. And I get it, it's an MMO, you can't make too many concessions to realism. But it does mean that you can't ever have that threat. You can't ever have... It's very difficult to do that thing where the player gets arrested or the player gets overpowered.
So much to do.
Because frankly, we're so powerful, we could just kill the entire population of Tamriel if we wanted to. I could just stand there doing this and no one would get close. You know? Ah, Vezok, I'm listening to a band called Velothian right now, and they cooked my absolute favorite band logo and album cover. Fun. Velothian. Like, it's a Morrowind themed, I'm guessing.
Hey you! What are you doing slinking around my ship?
Where's the ship's captain? Oh, up there. Talk to the crow first.
Any business? Crows on the ship, with the crews on the shore. South by the
Drunk sailors can be salty. I'm guessing we're not going to get a lot out of the captain. Captain Anu, how's it going?
I don't remember inviting you aboard. Make your business quick,
'Cause you didn't.
or you'll be picking seaweed out of your teeth. No, you don't, and I don't mean to let you. Only crew and special guests down there. Anyone else goes down, they'll get cut.
Give me the key unless you want to taste your own blood, bitch.
Go ahead then, take it. Go down there and get yourself killed. It's no skin off my back.
Well, she's warned us something of what's down there. Wow, I really don't remember this. Like, normally when we're doing these quests again, I have a little flash of what's coming just before I get there. I'm so glad she warned us. Hey, there's Clarica. My favorite lady.
I think perhaps I had her assignments.
Let me share it on the
wrong.
Discord. Yes,
I
please do,
should've checked the
Vezok.
stocks and sent you
Likes
the
to play
checks.
catch. So, those two new houses on Eastern Solstice looked pretty good. But I can't help but feel a little bummed out overall. What were you hoping for or expecting that wasn't there? Because most of what I was expecting is exactly what we got. We got a little bit of a peek at the Writhing Fortress, which I thought was cool. That actually got me going a little bit. Got my hopes up again for the Writhing Wall a little bit. Because the Stage 1 and Stage 2 stuff that I was able to test on PTS wasn't... I don't know, it looked cool, but it wasn't that challenging. And I had this horrible feeling that players are just... When you have 20 players in one place, they're just going to crush this stuff. And it's going to feel trivial and not very weighty. But yeah, tell us more, like Simply Catch. The two houses did look very cool, didn't they? Give it a chance. Something's not right with my internet or something. Twitch keeps stopping to work, so I have to reload. Oh, I'm sorry. There was an update to Microsoft Edge, I think, if you use that browser that I saw about that people weren't able to watch on Twitch at all. They have to change one, like for some reason having the strict filter or whatever it is on, privacy settings now prevents the Twitch player from working properly. So if you're using that browser, or if anyone has this issue in the coming days, just bear that one in mind. I know not a load of people use Microsoft Edge, but just in case you do. And Robert Payton, hello there. I hope everyone's doing well today. Been slowly leveling up all the classes, starting Warden today for the first time. Any tips? Yeah, lean into animal companions. I would. That's going to be your main thing. And the way that the Warden rotation works at its core, if you ask me, is Subterranean Assault. So that is the Scorch ability. And let me just show you, actually, since I've got it right here. Warden, Warden, Warden. Animal Companions is the very second one. Scorch. You morph that to Subterranean Assault, and it's a little bit like Blast Bones. Like you cast it, and then... So like you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. And it will burst like that. It'll fire 3 seconds after you cast, and then another 3 seconds after that. So, Scorch, and then 5 more abilities, and then Scorch again. Well, Subterranean Assault, once you morph it. That's pretty much it. Like, if you could do that, you could play the Warden. It's a bit like Necromancer with the Blast Bones 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Gilly-chan, not just Twitch, all my tabs are having problems. Use Firefox. Oh! Firefox right now too having issues. Well, I hope it's just a coincidence and there isn't like a widespread thing going on. But, likes to play catch. Yeah, Feel of the Zone and the Cold Harbor vibes looked great. Can't quite put my finger on it. I think it was the way it was a fairly disorganized preview. Jason was very keen not to show us too much, so he would sort of ride past it, and they didn't have any presentational stuff they could show us, so they just gave us a live walk around, which I don't know. It's a tough one to pitch. I was making this point earlier, so apologies if you were here. Now you hear me repeating it, but they can't really hype us up for the new zone because we know what it is. They can't really hype us up for the new story because we know what it is. They can't hype us up for the environment much because we know what it is. We've already been there. We already know a lot of this stuff. So it's just the climax to a story that we're already in the middle of. It's quite hard to hype it up, isn't it? Without getting into story specifics, which they really don't want to do because that would spoil it. You are finally going to be able to face da-da-da-da-da. So yeah, an interesting one. Anyway, guys, let me be right back. I'm going to go and get Maya. But sit tight, go grab a glass of water, have a smoke, stretch your legs, whatever you need. I will only be 4 to 5 minutes tops, and then I'll be back and we'll do some more of this stuff. Stay tuned. And we're back. Right, where were we? Talking to Glarica.
I think perhaps I had our assignments wrong. I should have checked the stocks and sent you to check the ship.
Vezok saying blast bones but better. Talking about subterranean assault. Like so Blake Hatch, just overall maybe, yeah, it might have been, as you say, just the way it was presented. Yeah, I saw everything that I hoped for and or everything I was expecting, and that little glimpse we got of the Writhing Fortress. I've already said this a couple of times with that big boss that we're going to be able to face. I think that is a, I don't know, that's got me a little bit more excited. So I'm looking forward to testing that on PTS. The disappointment for me was A, they don't really have any combat changes still. I understand, I wondered whether this would be a thing that would take them 6 to 9 months to fix, but it is a bummer, nevertheless. And more importantly, perhaps, there are a lot of players who were really hoping for some movement on the combat changes this patch. You know, whether those expectations are realistic or not. Fact is, those expectations were held by a lot of people, and they didn't. I don't think they did enough to acknowledge that Gina just did that one little thing about that stuff is coming. Don't worry, it's a big project. We've got some big things coming next year. We can't really do it in dribs and drabs, so we'll do it properly and we'll do it large scale in 2026. I don't know. Hopefully that's going to be enough for the people who are impatient, but I don't like the idea that people are getting... And I'm not one of these people, to be clear. Like, the update 46, I'm looking forward to them fixing that and overhauling the combat system, giving us a version of subclassing which is where it should be. But in the meantime, it doesn't destroy my ability to enjoy the game. It barely even affects my ability to enjoy the game. But it does make it hard for me to do any content creation, because I don't know what they've got in store, and I don't like making videos that are going to be relevant for a month, maybe 6 weeks, before the new patch has been announced and we start seeing what that is going to look like, and people are looking at the videos and thinking, well, that's not going to work in 6 weeks, so I'm not going to follow that video. You know what I mean? That's rough. Hey, Aheld, how's it going? Hope you're having a good week. And Dark Metal, hello! Greetings again. And Gilly, my stream froze again. Didn't hear or see anything. Well, it seems like I'm back to will BRB, yeah? Exactly. But welcome on in, everyone. We're in the midst of the Evermore section of the Daggerfall Covenant story here. So home stretch, we're doing Bankarai. We're just deciding whether to untie Glarica or not. She seems very eager for us to untie her. Look at that face. What happened?
I shouldn't have come here on my own, but I had a feeling the Duke was making bad decisions. Of course, calling this a bad decision would be an understatement. If we don't do something, he's going to hand the city over to Imperial control.
What can we do?
The Queen is going to have to take charge. If this doesn't knock her into her senses, I don't know what will. We need proof, though. Can you untie me and then look around?
All right. Good old Glarica, man. She's on the case. Without her, Bankarai would be screwed. Here we go, Scipius. Captain Scipius, it is imperative that the capture of Evermore be conducted with great care. The Duke and his guards will help you unload your weapons and armor in sealed crates and place them at a strategic point in the city. Your men should then spread out within the city, wearing plain clothes, and recruit as many citizens as possible. How on earth would they do that? At the predetermined time, your men and their recruits should meet at the weapons cache, arm themselves, and take control of the city. Those who surrender should be spared. We can always use more slaves. Do not fail. Magus General Septima Tharn. Here we go. Magus? Magus? In Latin it would be magus, wouldn't it? So I'll go with that. Look at this guy.
I can't believe our troops are climbing the Shrouded Pass.
Why did I do that?
It's the only way to reach the Doomcrag. I wouldn't want to be up there.
Hey, she made it.
You just missed it. The ship's captain left the ship and headed toward that alley to the south. She looked like she was in a hurry. What did you find, though? Anything that reveals more about their plans?
Imperial spies have infiltrated the city.
The gore-bellied bastards! I knew that ship was carrying more than just supplies.
Alright, let's
I'll
go.
go and find Sir Jarnett and any other guards who remain loyal.
Where is the Queen? Inconspicuous rock.
Your cargo's unloaded, and I'm here for payment. I hope you don't come to regret this, Huron.
If I come to regret this, I'd probably be dead anyways. I don't expect you to understand, Captain. Here's your payment.
Thanks. When are you and your allies making your move? I want to make sure I'm long gone by then.
Warming everyone
The
up for
plot
weapons push in the
thickens.
South Alley in just a few hours. So I'd set sail right away. Kind speed you, Captain.
So I don't know when the last time any of you guys played this story, but I had forgotten all of this. None of this is very familiar, except the chapel with all the wounded. That's like the one thing. Obviously I know all the landmarks, I know Evermore, but I'd forgotten all of these story beats. Interesting. Speaking of which, alright, Queen, we need to talk.
Somehow I had a feeling I'd see you again.
The Duke is handing the city over to Imperial control.
This time? Oh, come now, you can't expect me to believe that. Has Glarica resorted to trying to deceive me now? This is a jest, right? Surely, Duke Renchant would never even consider such a thing.
Take a look.
I can't believe what I'm reading. How could Renchant be such a fool? Has he given up on defending the kingdom and decided to accept the lesser of two evils? This is simply mad.
So you didn't know?
Of course not. Though I can blame myself no less. I'm the one who trusted the fool. He's apparently just a damn coward. You know, Aemond told me Renchant was naive. You've now given me proof of this fact. If the Imperials take Bankrai, it will
Don't
be a
leave
fatal blow to
stupid,
the
cowardly people
We
in
can't allow
charge.
Renchant to do
A
this.
very important lesson.
Damn it. He's leaving me no choice but to take back the throne. I know Glarica will be pleased to hear that. Where is she?
Dark Metal, that's the most fun. You get to experience the old content again that way. Yeah, that's true. That's why every time I go to the cinema and see a really, really good movie, I go out and get absolutely blind drunk so I don't remember any of it. And then I can go again when it comes out on DVD or streaming or whatever. Obviously not really.
Smart girl. Gods, there goes that idea. You must root out these spies right away then. Do not use weapons though. That will cause a panic, and I don't want... After
Alright.
you've ensured the city is safe, meet me in the castle, and we'll deal with Duke Renchant. The poor fool probably doesn't even realize he's committed treason. May the gods keep you, my courageous
We shouldn't
friend.
confront Renchant first?
No, he needs to watch his cowardly little plan crumble first. I want him demoralized before we confront him. I also want to think about exactly what to say. It has to be good, you know.
Yeah, priorities. Although I do feel bad for her, you know, she's like overwhelmed with the loss of her entire family and doesn't feel quite up to running the kingdom or the... I suppose it is a small kingdom, isn't it? Or whatever, the duchy. No, she's a queen, so yeah. In a time of crisis, and she hands it over to this D-bag who just
What do
fucks
you
everything up. Are we meeting them inside, or what's up? Priorities aren't straight, yeah. Ruh-roh.
Friends, foes, and fools. Hard to know which is and Spoela, they call me. Those that follow. From the Reach we come to conquer this land, but the enemy of an enemy.
Yeah, so I was right there with the Reachmen.
I am afraid. My Reachmen march this way. Evermore will be ours, but not if Imperials have it. They are a threat right now. Temporary truce.
What do you propose?
You cannot strike down spies, but my crows can. Pretty little pets. Mark our foes, signal my crows, and we will strike.
Alright, let's do it. I don't love that voice, so I don't think it's the voice actor's fault by any means. That's just a really tough thing to do.
Perhaps you're right. Maybe I'll just buy a cat and see what happens.
Mark the Imperial spies.
One thing is sure, if the Reachmen attack, they will spare no one. Here's someone who's seen a battle or two. You've read the writing on the wall, haven't you, my friend?
What does the writing say? So the words of the prophets written on the subway walls and tenement halls?
Evermore is doomed without Imperial assistance. Help us. Help us take the city from the Covenant, and we will usher in a new day. A day of security and self-respect.
Nah. Oh, jeez, they actually kill him? Well, that's cool. That's actually really cool. Dark Metal. I wish this bit was a bit longer. The whole enemy of the enemy is my temporary friend. Yeah, they could have stretched it out. I know what you mean. PGU's peck. Aloxero, hello there. Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. It is Friday.
The Empire has absolutely no connection to the worm cult whatsoever.
No connection, yeah.
Did you hear the voice of reason and come to listen more closely? Simple. Surrender the city to Imperial control. If the Imperials have Evermore, the Reachmen cannot attack.
Ah, fuck off. Aloxera, how is everyone today? Dark Metal, I myself, I'm doing good. How about you? And Vezok, I'm listening to a song about Dagoth Ur, and they implemented his monologue into the song. Oh, that's amazing. So, Nerevar. I haven't listened to it in a long time. I just remember him being distractingly American. You know, in a game with so much, like, written text. Evermore's a cool city. I think all of these Daggerfall Covenant big cities are really fucking good. There's just something about the architecture, it works really well, in my opinion.
The rumors about the Empire enslaving civilians are completely untrue.
Hey, Marcius.
Ah, another sharp-minded citizen. Do you also prefer not to be ravaged by Reachmen? Strength. That is the only thing that will stop you.
Nah. That's awesome. I love it. Yeah, so Dark Metal, I'm doing pretty good. A little bit tired. I stayed up after we'd finished streaming to get Deus Ex set up for today. We're going to be doing the original Deus Ex from the year 2000. That might make it the oldest game we've visited. Oh, no. Arena and Daggerfall, obviously. Duh. But still, it'll make it one of the oldest games we will have revisited as part of Ninja Ball's Games Fest so far. We'll be doing Hexen later on. That's going to be fun. Well, not... Is it Heretic? Can't remember which one we decided on. But either way. We're going old school. We're also going to do Planescape Torment at some point. We have stayed up late messing around in Borderlands 4. Actually quite enjoying it. finding that the game runs beautifully if I'm not streaming it. I don't know if it was just a one-off. They've already patched it. So I'd like to try that again at some point and see if it was just an aberration. But that really pissed me off yesterday. I don't know if you could tell, but I wasn't even planning to end the stream early. But it just felt like there was no point continuing. I wasn't able to do a good job with the game was so badly performing. But yeah, got it working properly when I'm not streaming. It seems to be fine. And I was running it in 4K with most of the settings turned up nice and high. It looks gorgeous, it plays beautifully. And I found that it gets easy very quickly. Like the initial escape was, you know, my character was quite squishy. I didn't really have any powers that I could use until halfway through the boss fight. But yeah, so that was fun. Stayed up doing that and getting Deus Ex ready, which is a bit more work than you might expect. Unfortunately, it is black metal, so it's very accessible music. I don't find black metal difficult to get into, it's just most of it is terrible. But when it's good, it's some of my favorite stuff. Really good fun. Aloxera, there was only one zone in ESO I hate, that is Malabal Tor. I swear the way shrines make no sense there. Yeah, you don't notice it so much when you're questing. But yeah, I know what you mean. If you're going sky sharding there, it's like, ugh, every time. I love Deus Ex and Hexen. Well, there we go. I wasn't even born in 2000. Well, that's how old we are going back. That's how long. How far? We're going back. So yeah, it'll be an education for you. Deus Ex is a remarkable game, so I'm looking forward to seeing that later. Definitely make sure you stick around for that. The oldest 3D game. Is it really? Was Half-Life not out by that point? I think of those two games as being roughly contemporary, but the thing about Deus Ex, it wasn't a graphical breakthrough or anything. It was the first immersive sim of its kind in a lot of ways. It's an incredible achievement, and we'll talk about that later. I'll demonstrate all that. Subtlety about having Maya in Borderlands 4 will make things easier as well. Yeah, I mean, more revives. I've decided if buying it to play with a wife would be worth the time for a takeaway from piano time. We were having a lot of fun, and we both said, wow, I might really like this game. It's pretty compulsive, good fun, but it did become very, very easy with two of us. Even by myself, I was suddenly smashing entire bases worth of enemies. Just after a couple of levels up, it suddenly became very, very easy. Also, I was struggling with the performance. I couldn't... yeah, everything was slightly delayed, so I was really struggling to even hit anything. And that means you can't really do the run and gun, risky, you know, dashing around, hopping around type moves. Also, I'd forgotten about the butt slam, which is crucial. Deals a lot of damage, that thing. Oh, the difficulty side is easy, normal, hard. And I put it to normal. And as you probably saw yesterday, the beginning was relatively punishing because I had like one shitty gun. And there's a boss fight at the end. It's like, what? So they could have thought that through. They could maybe have tweaked that. And I'm now thinking maybe the game is getting too easy. I need to turn it up to difficult. But we'll see. We'll probably stream it again. Oh, the oldest 3D game that we're playing here. Yes, so far. It was rough. You were doing well enough. It was fun. But like I said, I didn't feel like we were doing a good enough job. I was doing a good enough job with the stream, so I thought let's squash it and we'll come back at 7 with the reveal, which has been a big topic of conversation today. Anyway, let's read this letter and crack on. Captain Huron, it's imperative we move forward and transition the city to Imperial control immediately. I regret to inform you that your hero from the lighthouse, Carpe Cadavera, yeah, that's us, has been asking questions and regrettably does not seem to share our convictions. Though I would prefer to avoid shedding any blood in the transfer of power, I would urge you to act quickly and decisively should your friend try to intervene. Remember that we do this to save the city. Gods be with you, Duke Wrenchen. What a dick.
I liked you, friend. I did. I'm sorry it had to come to this.
I would love an opportunity to just, like, take them out non-lethally. But I can see why an MMO doesn't have that option. It's also a power move, you know, to completely dick on somebody and then leave them alive but unconscious. Jason Bourne style. Zdenya, I just finished Hexen and Heretic since it was in the Xbox Game Pass. Oh yeah, the remaster. Fun to take a walk down memory lane. Maya and I were playing, which is the first one? It's Hexen, isn't it? We were playing the Hexen remaster together and just giggling. It's just so much fun. And it doesn't really hold that much nostalgia for either of us because I don't think either of us played it when it was new. I played it in something like 2004 when I bought whenever, probably maybe 2006, when Steam first started adding things like this. I remember I bought an id Software retro thing. In fact, it might have been more like 2012, 13, I don't know. Doesn't matter. But they're great games, they really are. And just the idea of Doom, but swords and sorcery, is such a great premise. I love it, and it's really, really well done. Hexen 64 is so good. Yeah.
Can you believe this? The Duke's apparently run off to avoid facing me. After what he's done, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Tell me, though, is the city safe? Have the Imperial spies been dealt with?
I love the touch that her hair is down. She's back. You know, she's not got her little mourning shawl wrapped around her head anymore. Yeah, the spies are gone. City should be safe.
Excellent. Then dealing with the rat I let into the castle is all that remains. If we can just find whatever hole he's scurried into. No, but what about Sir Jarnet and Glarica? All three of you deserve a medal after this is done with.
So Jarnet and Glarica were killed, I'm afraid. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was sad.
No. Glarica.
Wow.
Glarica is gone? But why? She was an innocent young girl. I knew the Imperials were heartless, but do they have no honor at all? Wretched. He's responsible for this too. Where is that bastard?
I'm just going to replay that. That is a rare moment where we get a real actorly take. There's a bit in Moonhunter Keep where one of the NPCs is incredibly upset because she's talking to you about how she could hear her friends and companions being tortured in the nearby cells, I think it is, but there was nothing she could do. And again, the actor takes a moment, and even though it's a dungeon and nobody ever listens to it, they just skip, quest. It's a really, really beautifully delivered bit of dialogue. A really nice performance. Let's just have that again. Glarica's dead, baby.
No. Glarica. Glarica is gone? But why? She was an innocent young girl.
They don't normally go that big with the reacts, you know?
He's responsible. Yes, he's actually most likely to be down in Eamon's private rooms. Unworthy swine that he is. Will you come with me? I could call the guard, but it might be better if you and I just deal with this quickly and quietly.
There's a remaster of Thief, I think, as well. You mean the Thief the Dark Project? Yeah, there are lots of cool fan mods for that one. I actually think Thief 3 Deadly Shadows is underrated. I almost put that on the list for this month, but it's a bit too obscure. Lifts a Tail 2, welcome on in! Hey, and Vezok. I had to put it in 160p. Something is definitely wrong with Firefox. I'm sorry. So you'll get to see my Necro in pixelated glory. Alright, let's do this and flip on over to Discord real quick. I didn't even have Discord open. Whoops. Stand by. Just a moment while I fire this up. There we go. Vezok, that's awesome. I'm totally going to look that up later when the stream is done. And hello, Maya.
Who's that?
Hey, there she is.
Hello.
Quick sound check just for my end. Say a couple more things so I can check the levels are right.
I'm Maya. Hello. How's it going?
Yes.
Hey, everyone. Thank you.
That's perfect. Thank you. Well, welcome, Maya.
Hey. I like it. I like this welcome.
That's becoming a tradition rapidly, isn't it?
Yep.
How you doing? Happy lunchtime and happy Friday, Maya. It's almost weekend.
Because that means so much to me. All right. Long day already, and it's only 2 p.m. here. But how's everyone else doing? How's the day been so far? Update 40? No. I see.
Oh, Duke Wrenchant, you're a dope. You thought the Imperials were our only hope?
Of course they were. Have you seen the Reachman's numbers? You think you can take them all on yourself? You cut off one head, but there are thousands more, and they are barbarians.
Thanks, Danya.
You've doomed the people of this city to a
What do
fate
you want
worse
to
than
do?
Do you
death.
know?
You're my only hope.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know what the Imperials were planning, Dipweed?
Whatever it was, the alternative was death. Listen, there's nothing more to say.
Nah, I'm just going to hand it over to the
Very
Queen.
well then. Argella, my fate is in your hands.
What's
You
she going
know
to
I
do?
made the only rational
I think she's
choice.
going to kill him.
I wouldn't call it rational, Wrenchant. I would call it cowardly. Aemond died defending this kingdom, and you'll die.
Oh
for
yeah, I
betraying
called it.
Now that he's been dealt with,
I love how the health thingy, comes up. You can suck the soul on an necro. It's like, oh, there's a body. Let's go. It's magic. I mean, if you had that following you in the dark alley, it'd be pretty terrifying.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially with the weapons out, like, I'm after you.
All right, well, I have some news for you, Maya. It's just a small thing, but it's a very, very lovely thing. I got a message from Dark Metal yesterday in the late afternoon, early evening.
Yes.
And Hate Dark Metal, I believe they were here a minute ago, so yeah.
Yeah, that was Maya!
Basically, Dark Metal got a code from Bethesda International Merch Store for 10% off. One use only, and is giving it to us so that we can give it away on stream. How amazing is that? And I made absolutely sure, I said, hey, thank you for all the support, and are you sure you don't want to use this? Like, maybe browse their selection before you just hand it over to a couple of ding-dongs like us. But ultimately, he's not handing it over to us, he's handing it over to you guys. So, yeah, that's an incredibly sweet and generous thing to do. I really appreciate that. And
oh, thank you.
do you want to... I'll just leave that with you now that you know we've got it in the mix. And, yeah, well, I guess we can do a giveaway around that sometime. Or would you like to do it today before you go back to work?
Yeah, let's do it today.
Awesome.
Might as well.
Right, so in the next 40 minutes or so, there'll be a giveaway. Probably sooner than that. Woohoo! Enthusiasm, excitement, humor. All of it.
And there was much rejoicing.
Thank you for dealing with that situation. I know it wasn't pleasant, but life just
Oh,
isn't
that's very
always
nice. That's very awesome. Thank you. Very awesome. Wow.
Nevertheless,
You can tell English is not my first language.
Simply ignore. Glerica taught me that.
Things do not work sometimes.
I know. I feel partially responsible for her death. But if
I love that when they like wipe their eyes with just the one finger.
Yeah, right.
From now on,
Such
I'm
a
going to
yeah.
honor Aemon's
It's
legacy,
a good,
rule as he
you know,
would
efficient
have,
bit of
as
animation.
He and Glerica would want me to.
Very basic. I'm here to support you. I like this
No
lady.
matter what the future holds, Evermore is deeply indebted to you, as I am too. In times like these, we all need a hero.
Oh, look at her face. She's so happy.
That no matter how
Yes,
bad things
I...
get, there's always hope.
Is she giving you pants? That's nice.
The sound of battle.
Hey, honey. You left it in the bedroom this morning when you left. Oh, I left without my pants again.
Hooray, Imperial's tricks are undone, but your stone city will still.
This is why I love you, Maya. You've barely been here 10 minutes. And we're already talking about this kind of thing.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah, Maya's having one of those days, guys. So thank you so much for the warm welcome. And Dark Metal, hey, yeah, still here, not a problem at all. Remember, it's usable for 28 days, so don't wait too long. Or in what you said, wait too long. Ding dong. Subtlety. Yeah, that's an inoffensive way to describe us, I think. Accurate. Yeah, no worries.
I'm not a ding dong.
All right, Strange Crow. They told us their name. It's U48, right?
You don't need a crow's eyes to see this. Use your own. Look north. The sooner your fate is accepted, the better we will all.
I am queen of these lands.
I am queen
Really?
of these lands.
I didn't buy it. The Reachmen just need to get over it. They lost repeatedly. Simple
I
as
hope you
that.
forgive me for being blunt, but under the circumstances, there's no time for social niceties. I am still in awe of what you've done to save the city, but did I just see you talking to a crow?
Queen Cunning King Maya. Okay.
I was trying to think of a good comeback to that, but I got nothing. Bezok, sorry. Good old Erie. I refuse to do anything else productive today. Happy weekend. Hey, Erie, I like that attitude.
Make it so.
Make it so. That is like me trying to get Maya to take a day off when she has the opportunity, but so often it doesn't work. And like 10 things will suddenly pop up that she needs to deal with. It sucks. But yeah, the Black Feather Court, my beloved. Nice. I'm not the biggest fan because I think it's difficult to depict the voice in a way which isn't weird or annoying or jarring. I don't blame the voice actor at all. But I don't think it's entirely successful, let me put it that way. Yeah, that was the leader of the Reachmen.
So that's why all these crows have descended on the city? Gods, I knew it wasn't a coincidence.
He's coming to
Fine.
kill us
I'll
all,
give
sadly.
I see. Not really much of a surprise. The Reachmen are bearing down on Northglen already. We've already sent every soldier we can spare, but there's little chance of turning the tide.
I
Once
get
you
it.
get there, I'm sure the Reachmen won't know what hit them.
I'm looking through who's got the Ninja Pulse tag on our Discord. You actually don't have it.
He's one of my most senior officers. I suppose I'll need to give him a promotion.
It's fun when people grab it.
Sure, he could probably use some encouragement. Tell him I'm going to promote him to lieutenant, assuming we defeat the Reachmen, of course.
But yeah, if you want a cool tag that has NP, as in Ninja Pulse, it's just on the Discord, and I think as soon as you open it up, whichever server has it available, it just asks you, would you like to adopt it? So you can adopt it. And be a ninja puller. Very easy.
I was wondering if we should change it from NP to NNJA. Would that be better?
NNJA.
Yeah, you can have 4 characters, can't you?
Yeah, but how NNJA?
Yeah, ninja.
I think you should just have Maya.
Go on then.
Look here. If it isn't Strasnock's bane, have you come down to lop off a few more Reachman heads? There are plenty to go around down these parts.
Who thinks that should be Maya? I think it should be Maya.
In charge. Who'd have thought Duke Wrenchant was going to sell us all out? Guess he got what was coming to him.
Yeah, there are some that it's very obvious what it is, like ESO.
Captain Garecroft's in charge here. You should talk to
But
him.
yeah, NP doesn't necessarily like, no problem.
Come back here with at least a few Reachman heads.
Oh, there's someone that's literally the C word.
City walls. I wonder what Captain
That's a
Huron
bit.
did with old Strasnock's head.
Yep.
We should get that one up there too. No? But damn! That stupid Nord. He was in on Duke Rench's
It's
plan, wasn't he?
interesting that that hasn't been
Well, I guess he got what was coming to him.
reported. 2077. I wonder what Discord that is from.
Well, be an Argonian's uncle. I thought I'd be sergeant forever. Maybe I can afford that new mace after all. Assuming we beat the Reachman and the Queen stays true to her word.
Make the tag man, Maya and Khan. I refuse to elaborate.
Or just Kaya.
Yeah, we've done that. We've talked about that. It's Kaya.
I hope you're here to help me. Dureg and his Dark Witnesses attacked without warning. My best scouts go to gather information. Only 2 returned. Isabeth disobeyed orders to look for them, and now she too is overdue. What else could go wrong?
Can I help?
Any help is welcome. Isabeth was last seen advancing toward the chapel to look for Hatmi. The scouts' mission is to recover information and rescue
We
civilians.
could change it to Kaya.
We can't let the invaders
That's a
reach
bit self-aggrandizing, though.
Yeah, but fuck it.
Take this concoction El Jenny made. It heals and conceals, according to her. If they're injured, they'll need it, but it only lasts.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna press on. I'm gonna just go fast and skip as much
To go
dialogue
find my
as I
phone,
can.
I'll be right.
Okay. I'm just gonna spin through this stuff as quick as I can, I think. Search the chapel. Is there no upstairs? Not my favorite character voice. The way that she is like, yeah, you know, she sounds like she's doing martial arts a little bit. There is a fucking staircase at the back. I just completely missed it.
You're no Reachman.
Correct.
He did? Not Isabeth? She rescued Oiris. And yes.
Thank you. I hope to
Thank
see
you.
back at the camp.
I am recovered. Oh yeah, shit. As I played more Borderlands 4 yesterday, or as we're calling it, Balorderlands 4, until Balorder like begs me to stop, I'm just gonna do that. The voiceover for the character that I picked. Hey, not pure, rating us on YouTube. Hello there. Subtlety. Go into the chapel and we're gonna get mad. Oh, how the hell do I know that? What even is that song? Some piece of 90s nonsense, I'm sure. Ah, thank you so much for the raid, Not Pure. How you doing? What have you been up to today? I was just talking about Borderlands, which we were playing yesterday. Had some performance problems with it, and eventually I gave up after a few hours. We got a good look at the beginning, able to judge some of the systems and fun stuff in the game. However, one of the things that became clearer as I played later, evidently loads of people had issues with the performance. As soon as I stopped streaming, it was fine. I don't know if it was the restart or whatever, but anyway, the character that I picked has hilarious voice lines. Every time he kills someone, he's like, "Die, you silly bastards!" And yeah, it's just a lot of fun. Like some sort of aristocratic knight
Another one.
who's had too much
here.
to drink
The other has a...
or something. I don't know. It fits right into a stereotype, but I'm not sure which. The Dixie Cups, Chapel of Love, 1964? Then why the hell do I even know it? May have been used in a soundtrack
Where is Asteria?
when I was a kid.
Ah, you seek this child. She goes nowhere.
Good old Erie.
She's
I like
infected and I
Ninja,
must
to be
determine
honest.
what it is she carries inside her.
Yeah, that works. I must determine what it is she carries inside her. Did she come out of the spaceship with something weird stuck to her face? In which case, be afraid.
It's a seed for certain. Though what the Dark Witnesses have cultivated in the fields of North.
But yeah, if you don't know which class to pick in Borderlands,
you're just in time
I
to
would
witness the
recommend
results.
Amon just for voiceover reasons. Absolutely hilarious dialogue. Every time he kills something, and when he levels up, he goes, "I grow in strength." It's very, very, very beautifully done, and maybe a little bit more triumphant. I grow in strength, you know, like almost like one of Wes Johnson's Imperial Watch, you know, stop right there, criminal scum, but extra camp and I don't know, camp isn't the right word, but you know, just really like overtuned, just a ton of fun. It was genuinely making me laugh, and not the type of humor that you typically expect from Borderlands. It was much more D&D, frankly. You know, that kind of the kind of character you might expect to see in the D&D movie with Chris Pine, which I really enjoyed. I think most of us did.
Watch and remember what you are about to see. First, I'll expose the corruption. Look, you can see it plainly.
She's going to expose the
Now
corruption,
to see if I
drain
can
the
purge
swamp.
it. Foul creature, be gone.
Wow.
Well, that didn't go as planned.
Was that one of her friends? She just did that too? Or was it just a local commoner? Don't worry, little toaster. I'll kill. To Claptrap, yeah. It's a xenomorph. Kill it. Yeah. Insomnia Aaron. Hello there. I love the troll
Disturbing, to
face.
say the least.
How's it going?
So the Dark Witnesses would turn us all
Chapel of
into
Love
their
featured in
puppets
Full
to
Metal
reinforce
Jacket?
their army and
Well, I've
take
definitely
Everdell.
seen that a few times.
We can't allow that
I
to
kind of
happen.
love that movie. What is your major malfunction? Ah, thanks, Subtlety. That could be it, yeah. Oh, at what point does it feature in that film? Alright. What did you do to Latil?
I tried to draw out the evil, but my spell agitated it. Transformed her into one of those abominations roaming North Glen.
Yes, that
Small
actor, he
wonder
did
we've
die
seen no
recently.
prisoners. They've turned
He was
back.
great.
And as their army grows, so does the threat on the Viridian Woods.
Were you aligned with Captain Gearcroft?
The Evermore soldiers? And why should we trust them? If we left the Viridian Woods, they'd cut down our trees.
Alright, how can I convince you?
Take this rune to wither the Reachman's markers in the fields. Then cut off Dureg's head. Prove yourself on our side as well. And I'll meet the captain Isabeth spoke of.
Isabeth, where is she?
She left. Said she had to search the farmhouses.
I'll get it done.
Luck be with you.
Cutting off heads is kind of what I do. Don't worry about it. Takes us back to the conversation we were having in the Alikir Desert storyline, when I've already forgotten the name, but the necromancer guy there insists on killing people quickly and then resurrecting them on the spot, so that they can't be protected against that magic. The Vietnamese Lunar New Year's Eve scene in a tent. Okay. Bonk. Alright, looks like we found her. Oh, that's just the marker, alright. So she went to the farm. Bonk. Yeah, so this, I'm just thinking now of the conversation we were having earlier about the game teaching you to, or teaching new players to keep pushing. Get a little bit more damage, get some more survivability, buff yourself when no one's looking. All of these things, and how that could be incorporated fairly seamlessly into some of these quests. I could definitely see it being done. You know, it's hard to say off the top of your head how it would be best accomplished. Cutting off heads with 2 maces? This ain't Skyrim. I don't know if you smash the neck to pulp. No, let's not even continue this conversation. No, we need to go downstairs. And Mokro, animated, not resurrected, I think you mean. I guess, yeah, reanimated.
You can't stop me. Another victim.
I'm badly injured. I need to go.
Oh shit. We're gonna have trouble cutting off his head. But yet another time, look. I got this massive bounty just for doing the quests. It's so irritating, man. Very, very annoying. I'm just gonna do this before I forget. I feel bad for necromanes everywhere now. Ah, good old necromancy, said no one ever. You are now disreputable. Congratulations.
Oh, for the love of Mara. I didn't think I'd see the end of this day.
Yeah, your father sent me.
I know Dureg's plan. He has stores of seeds he plans on using to turn the innocent into pawns.
All right.
I'm badly injured. Whatever do perfect. One of El Jenny's, I bet.
That was a nice little move. I still think necromancy is generally whitewashed a little bit when it's depicted in games and movies and stuff. Like, give me the full, fat, horrendous version of necromancy. You know, that somebody like David Cronenberg would depict. You know? Not pure. Hello, hello, you lot. Hope you're good. Send some peeps over. I do have to run though. Sleepy time. Yeah, no worries at all. Thank you so much for the raid once again. Have a lovely, lovely day and a great weekend. Wow, what a legend. Raided us a whole bunch of times during these story sessions. Not pure.
Father.
If you guys aren't already following, that's clearly that's the move, isn't it? Because you'll, if you start watching Not Pure, you're going to end up here anyway. So
to help us drive out the Reachmen. I hope you
give that guy some extra love.
What's the meaning of this?
We really appreciate the support.
Captain Garecroft, your scout is infected. Kill her if you wish
wow,
to
Maya
maintain
bought me
this
some
alliance.
salted dark chocolate covered almonds.
Then trust your new allies.
That seems dangerous as an on-stream food.
Father, stop.
Is everyone listening to me crunching?
I'm infected.
No.
What a gem. Yeah, right? A new bounty. Thought of something dark, not best shared. Yeah, I can probably imagine the kind of thing. What a necromancer could do. Good snack, though. Oh, yeah, hell of a snack.
That must be why Elgeni's poultice didn't fully heal me. I wasn't conscious for a while after they captured me.
It's true.
I had time. Everything I've been through. For this? And my own father won't even acknowledge me as his daughter. But it's worth it, right? My life for an alliance.
You sure?
I'll let Delphique know I'm ready. I'm sure she won't hesitate, and my father won't stop her. Evermore has always taken priority for him. Evermore and duty.
All right.
Maybe I follow in his footsteps.
Okay, I'll make sure he knows that.
I've made my decision, Father.
It's kind of heavy, the Bankurai story. I'm surprised I don't remember it better.
No, Father. I've never been so clear. We're Delphique? Do it. Now, before I change my mind.
Isabeth!
The Weird expect an alliance now after they murder my daughter in cold blood?
It was her choice.
Lucky
Don't be an
have them all
idiot.
Killed here after what the Weird did to my daughter. The Weird has killed her without hesitation. I can't have that unpredictability among my soldiers.
Whereas Delphique may have saved lives by doing what Isabeth wanted.
Isabeth was a foolish girl. I should have disciplined her better. Made her... Yes. Evermore needs this alliance.
I love the way you persuade people in this game. No! I'm absolutely committed to Plan A.
Sacrifice will be remembered.
But what about this?
You've proven yourself
You're right.
as a great ally
Plan
to
B it
Evermore.
is.
I'll agree to this alliance. Together.
Well, they don't have time for a big expo and back and forth and show me your proof and your plans and...
Well, most, like, TV shows and movies don't do that either. What you tend to do is you have a scene where the two sides are expressed in contradistinction to one another. You know, the two opposing sides, and you don't resolve it there and then. What you do is you end the scene and scene. You know, you move the action onto something else, either by having one of the characters leave or you cut away.
Like, where did I leave my pants last night?
Yeah, exactly. Like, sitcoms do this all the time. You'll have that scene towards the middle of the show, the middle of the episode, where the two characters who disagree on something express that disagreement in its fullest terms, and the conflict is unresolved. And then you come back to it and wrap it up towards the end of the episode. It's like a... It's not a rule, but it's a convention of screenwriting. I don't know, I think video games could do a version of that. They're constantly having us start conversations which then have to end and we sort of move on. Okay, I don't want to discuss this any further, you know, and then conversation over. The next time you get to talk to them, maybe you can say something, you can bring a little bit more evidence, or they'll have had time to think about it, or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, we're getting into character-based stuff in a way that ESO was never gonna be. Doesn't work like that. Subtle D. My thoughts have no filter, and I encourage everyone to do half as much. For me, it's mostly involuntary. Ah, welcome back, Gilly. All right, what about this?
Even together, my sisters and these soldiers.
By the way, guys, we don't feel like we need to just talk about the quest. I'm mostly just going through the motions here and calling out specific little bits and pieces. I've already done these. So, yeah, apologies if by talking about the quests and what's happening on screen, I'm making you feel anyone like the time for discussion is over. It absolutely isn't. Bring it. Just like we were talking about Update 48 before. Happy to keep that going. I feel like I've said everything I have to say, but if anyone else has got thoughts not yet expressed, please let us hear them. And Dark Metal, thank you for the cheer. Wow, look at that. That's another one for the board game, Maya.
Yes.
We'll queue that up for tomorrow, though, right? We're not doing that today.
Yes.
Cool. So we got a lot of rolls on the game board tomorrow. Fun, fun, fun.
It's gonna be cray-cray.
Another Weirus.
Keep your distance, outsider. The last thing we need is some rock-brained city dweller bumbling around. Darkness dominates this part of the forest. Uella the Hagraven and her Reachmen are encamped here. For now, at least.
Dark Metal, or they give you a choice and the NPC just says, no, my choice is better, fuck your opinion. And they did that in Somerset, I believe, somewhere. You give the illusion of choice to do 2 different plans, and they just go, nah. Yeah, they do that every now and again. Like a false fork in the road. You know, where you think... I quite like that sometimes, because that is an overdone thing that the only person with any agency in the story is the player in a video game. And that, I don't know, that not only is that not believable, it's not that interesting. It's just easier to design a quest that way, or a story. So yeah, that is an interesting one, but I'm not necessarily opposed to that. But yeah, sometimes it's like, what? And yes, Dark Metal, there are already things known for the next update. What do you want to know? Fuck you then too, Freda. The Wirus Delphique suggested I come here.
She did? I find that hard to believe. Delphique knows how I feel about outsiders. Regardless, whatever your reasons for coming, they'll have to wait. Right now, we are in no position to offer anyone aid, and certainly not a city dweller. Uella the Hagraven and her Reachmen have taken over this part of the forest, and everything here, including the Wiruses, are weaker as a result. Where they travel, the forest slowly withers and dies. We will drive Uella and her dark witnesses from here, or we will die.
Alright, well, let's do a quick recap then.
The hag is no stranger to weird magic. She has constructed foul totems that You expect me to trust one such as
Yep. All good.
Rashawn, we have a volunteer to destroy Uella's totems.
Hey, Maya.
Hey, Khan.
The wolf is called Rashan. I've been making real dolls for many years. Yeah, but nobody gets that except Maya, so I won't bother with that joke. So, you probably know already that we're getting Eastern Solstice. This coming patch, all this block of land that you can see here outlined, all that is coming. And in the run-up to its release, we're going to have the Writhing Wall event. They just revealed a lot more about Eastern Solstice. Not a huge amount about the event itself. That is coming. They've got another stream coming up with that. And the headlines are very few changes by way of like combat adjustments, which, I don't know, for a lot of people is a relief. But for a lot of people it's a little bit frustrating because, you know, we're here talking about how unbalanced everything still feels after Update 46. And Update 47 was just the very beginning of dealing with that. It went too far for some, not far enough for others. Very much an incomplete picture we're sitting with. So I think some people were hoping for more in that regard. They're getting nothing. Quality of life improvements, not so much either, because the team has been very focused on making sure this all works. Having a zone which is split down the middle and then becomes a single zone after it goes live. So there won't be like a loading screen or anything. You'll just pass through as if there's nothing there. So that's actually kind of cool. So they're adding a whole new zone, which is a duplicate of Western Solstice, but which then retains all the achievements that you've done in that. I imagine it's quite a complicated thing to do. It's just under the bonnet, and it's the kind of thing we don't really think about. We just expect it to work. And to be fair, the devs are the ones who decided to do this, so it's absolutely right that they're the ones to deal with it. I thought that's kind of interesting to think about. And then the challenges of doing the event itself. Yeah. So we know a little bit more about that. We got a good look at Eastern Solstice. It sort of goes back and forth very suddenly from beautiful tropical island to horrendous Cold Harbor. But like something between Cold Harbor and Mordor. I felt like it was a much more frightening looking place than Cold Harbor in the base game.
We aren't in the habit of trusting outsiders, but the suffering of the forest seems to have softened my sister's heart. If you really wish to help us, I suppose that's an offer we can't refuse.
What time UK does the Writhing Wall event start? I don't think I would like to say. Most things start 3 p.m.
It's the
UTC,
13th of October,
but
that's what
it's-
we've got.
Yeah, it's a month away still, so they haven't given us a time of day.
It won't be easy.
Okay, okay. Burn the totems.
So, are you going to go and check out the Deus Ex?
We're going to be doing Deus Ex in a little while, yeah.
Nice.
And we're going to play the, specifically the GMDX fan mod, community mod, which stands for Give Me Deus Ex, which I love.
That's fun. But yeah, 13th of October also marks the beginning of our next raid train in support of American Heart Association. So that's when we're going to hop in. We're going to get going. So yeah, it's going to be great. Yeah, we're going to have some really incredible giveaways. Awesome milestones to smash. So hopefully as a community we can just raise a fuck ton of money. Basically. That's the goal.
And for the American Heart Association, not for Ninja Pulls.
Yeah, of course.
Specifically. Just in case that wasn't clear.
Yeah, they've got a whole campaign happening throughout October. I should have the materials for it next week. So and hopefully I will have sort of all the details of all the giveaways. But like Bethesda UK, as always, has been just incredibly supportive. So, yeah. That's going to be great. We're going to have Wes Johnson, the Wes Johnson, on voice with us.
Wes Johnson?
Wes Johnson. Yeah. So, I've got a date for that one. So hopefully we can just put it all out very, very soon.
She has to die.
We're going to have mostly some ESO streamers, but I think American Heart is also reaching out to Doom streamers because the Doom team in the UK were like, can we hop on this and give you guys some awesome stuff to give to help raise more money for the American Heart Association? So we were like, that sounds amazing. Yes, please. I suppose it's a month away tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to start putting the schedule together. Eek!
Listen, I was wrong to be so hard on you before.
Oh, she's
You've
so
certainly
happy.
proven now that you deserve my trust.
Oh, she is.
I appreciate your help.
Which is in very
more
good
than I
shape.
can
Maybe she just looked
express,
in the mirror.
Especially if you'll see this thing through.
I look great.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I look freaking fantastic. I will. I spoke to Oiler as a crow back there.
You did?
You did?
Well, I guess we got the old hag's attention. Maybe we put the foul thing on the defensive. Of course, she probably has layers upon
This is
layers
Moose's
of
favorite,
protection.
isn't it?
I don't even
Deborah
know where to
Wilson.
find her. I don't suppose you
Which I
have
confused
any
with
inkling.
Rita Wilson the other day.
Oh,
Much
smooth.
to my confusion, yeah. Yeah, talking about good to know. Hope the zone, fun to know the zone gets expanded. Yeah, I think it's going to be really fun. The main thing I should mention
The poor crow.
is the main thing that I found interesting was hello, Crow.
Must be nice to be able to travel between this realm and if she were here.
Is that they showed us, so when we break into the wall, we sort of start breaking down the wall. That's sort of late in phase 2. Phase 1 is just, setting up the camps, defending them, getting the lens set up. Phase 2 of the Writhing Wall event, we actually start beaming the wall with this huge meridian beacon. Very fun. Very visually, it's great, this event. The gameplay and community aspects of it, I'm still not 100% convinced by. I think it might be a little too close to our typical daily event experiences. Closer to that than I would have liked. I would have liked something quite fresh and different, but we'll see. But visually it is very cool. So yeah, that's phase 2, and then phase 3, which we'd never seen a glimpse of before yesterday. We got a little look at it. We go to a completely new place called the Writhing Fortress, which I guess is... It's either in Cold Harbor, or it's like some weird play meld type situation where it's occupying the same space but not quite the same dimension. I don't know how they... But there'll be something like that. Or maybe it's just physically there in the middle of the wall, and we go in there, and that's when there's like going to be a big open world group event. And they didn't give us any specifics, did they? But they did say it is going to require teamwork, mechanics, people doing different jobs, or they won't be able to get it done. So that was interesting.
We can dispense with the small talk. I know why you're here. Even in the nature realm, news travels fast among crows.
What if I don't have a soul?
Well, why didn't you just say so? That would work. There is something different about
And yeah, there's a giant bone colossus boss in there that we get to fight. We saw it only from a distance. It's a very sneak peek. But I'm looking forward to checking that out on Monday. Right, Maya?
Oh, yeah.
We're basically going to go straight there as soon as we can. Do you remember that we get to play as a wolf?
Nope.
It's weird, we've both forgotten this zone. This is very memorable. Or
Yeah,
at least I would have thought it was.
Well, I guess it wasn't.
Maybe we were drunk that day.
This looks like the place.
Seems unlikely.
I guess you're the one who's going in. Here I was, just
Me, drunk?
to feel like
Never.
you're one of the pack, and now we have to part ways. Obviously, I'll have to be the one to break the wards on the door. It doesn't seem fair. You get to go
Alexa
in
Bligat,
and chew
just need to
the old
consult the
hag's
boss so I
face
can
off.
join at the start. Boss equals wife. Yeah. I was once in a prog group
I
with
don't think
a really
so.
good tank
When I said her
who had to leave the group.
There.
And I remember in his like
Back in the
message of
physical
apology,
realm.
he said,
Time
"I'm
to do
sorry,
this."
I enraged the main boss a couple too many times recently with all the gaming."
All right, the door should be open now.
I thought that was a brilliant way of putting it. I enraged the main boss, especially for a tank to say that. Hey, Uela. Fuck you. And fuck you. There we go. Someone else just came in and killed her as well.
Praise Lord.
Hey, Raves Lord, yeah. We're Crow.
Freedom! Freedom at last! And Yuella dead. Dead! Sweet relief. No more voices. No more restraint. Bodies and minds together
I like that it
again.
has a happy ending. You know, like the crows are...
Cove are in
I
your
like, yeah,
debt.
we were being possessed. We didn't like it.
Yes, free and feasted. The hag raven was all skin and bones, but what's there is sweet to eat. So
No.
thank you for saving us, and thank you for supper.
That is gross. I'll leave you to enjoy that then. Eating the witch who was possessing them.
I mean, if you're gonna punish her,
It's about right, isn't it?
it's about right, yeah.
Wicked.
The Reachmen
That was
must
fun.
have sensed Yuela's death. They started to panic and fight amongst themselves.
Did it look this good in the base game, or have they like that weird leafy effect?
Yeah, I'm looking at that. That seems new.
They haven't updated many things like that, though, have they?
No.
Darkman, would say it felt a bit too small. Do you mean Western Solstice or Cold Harbor? I mean, it's not supposed to be the whole of Cold Harbor. A little bit like when we visit the dead. Whenever we visit a plane of Oblivion, it's usually just, unless it's the Maelstrom Arena, we're just seeing like a little island or facet of that place. I guess is the idea. Kind of how it looked in Banished Cells, yeah. I kind of hope the event would be replayable, especially for newer people. Yeah, obviously I can see the logic there, but I think... Funnily enough, we've come back to this topic a few times today, Maya. the idea of making concessions towards the mainstream, or making concessions towards the fans or the veterans or what have you. It's interesting, like Meat Popsicle was saying Diablo 4 was definitely a worse game in their opinion, and in the opinion of most of these sort of the hardcore fans and the streamers, because it abandoned some of the tenets of the series thus far. But it was a massive, like, commercially it's been a huge hit, and we were just sort of lamenting that fact. And can you really blame Blizzard, you know, in that imaginary scenario where they have on the one hand we have our fans and our, you know, the hardcore who've been with us for a while and who love this franchise. On the other hand, we've got a huge pile of cash. Ideally, you want a way to make the two work together, but if there is a choice, if there's a fork in that road, how can we blame the developers? Especially when a AAA game is so incredibly expensive to develop. You want it to be as broad a hit as possible. That's basically what Todd Howard has done with the Elder Scrolls. He's broadened it out every time, from Morrowind to Oblivion to Skyrim, to make it, to give it broader appeal, more mainstream appeal each time, without undermining what makes it Elder Scrolls. And I think the genius is that he's largely managed to do that. But on this very channel, we've sort of lamented the fact that the Elder Scrolls is weird. The setting is supposed to be really weird, and ESO was a reminder of that. But from Morrowind to Oblivion to Skyrim, they get progressively less weird and a lot more safe. Some people have more of a problem with that than I do. It's more of an observation for me and a regret, but like, I'm not going to stop playing, you know. But yeah, it's a theme that we keep coming back to. So that's why I guess I understand that they're making a concession towards the veteran players. No, if you're here right now. Also, yeah, let's face it, they want people to buy the content pass, and that was one of the reasons to do that. That you get to participate in the Writhing Wall right now. You know, when it's on, and it's never going to be repeated. I quite like that. Seasonal content, they've seen it work for other games.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, if somebody's like, oh, I'm going to take a break, and then they come back. Like, oh, I missed the wall event.
All the giant vine. Actually,
because we're not used to that kind of stuff in ESO. So, yeah, I'd imagine there's going to be some grumbling about that. Oh, I'm going to be on holiday that time. They're going to do it without me.
That kind of sucks if you are a player but you're just not around.
Yeah.
But still, it's going to be on for weeks.
Oh, yeah. Well, I hope so.
Anyone who wants to take part is going to be able to. Rishan.
Who would have guessed it would be an outsider who would show up and kill Uella? I doubt
she's so happy.
Inviting families from Evermore out to visit.
No. I have a nice outfit and I look very nice.
It really has an
I'm
effect.
very athletic.
Yeah, if the voiceover is pleasant and they have this big beaming smile, even that basic level of bringing a character to life in a game, it does kind of work.
Hey Field, hello, hello. How goes the things? The things go well. How are you doing?
You brought life back to these lands when it was nearly choked out. Though we may never officially
I'm happy.
call an outsider a friend, I think we can at least consider you an ally.
I think High Rock or
well, I expect you. All right.
Why am I being dumb? Oh my god, Maya, help me out here. High Rock? And where do the red guards come from?
Your butt.
I'm being dumb. Skyrim, High Rock. Whatever. Hammerfell. I think either of those would be really, really cool. It's not guaranteed that they'll be awesome because they're set there. Yeah, and I would love Valenwood. I think that's one of the places I would most love to see the Elder Scrolls single-player games go. Really, really, really ramp up the weird. But as we're seeing, ESO is set the table for some really interesting stuff in, especially in High Rock. Hammerfell is much less developed, and I've always held a vague suspicion that the reason for that is Elder Scrolls 6. You know? Seems like we're way past time that we should have had something in this part of the map. But I don't know. Seeing a Middle Eastern style thing in Elder Scrolls 6, that could be really, really cool. It's Lucht. Hey there, man. How's it going? And Field, yeah, glad you're doing well. Hey guys, you know Lucht. If you don't, cheeky little follow there. What do you think of update 48? Oh man, we've talked about very little else. I'm disappointed that they're not doing anything yet. I understand it takes a long time to turn a ship this big, but I don't think it's fair to. I don't think it would be quite right to claim that the devs can't do anything in 6 months following. Like in the first week of update 46 being on PTS, in my mind they were springing into action. So yeah, not thrilled. I was grateful that we did get that slight ray of hope at the end from Gina saying, hey, quality of life improvements, combat changes, all of that stuff, we're doing big things next year, and we can't really release those in dribs and drabs. It's going to be done when it's done, and then it will arrive, so please be patient. I know I was glad that she said that, but it's not good. I hoped and almost expected, no, just hoped, really, that they would do more to dissuade people from leaving. I'm not sure we're in danger of people having an exodus or anything like that, but, you know, there's a chunk of the players that are tired of waiting for Update 46 to be... for the issues from Update 46 to be fixed, right? And so to just kind of go through 98% of the stream without acknowledging that, we've got our theories as to why. But yeah, I thought it was a missed opportunity to at least turn to camera and say, hey, we know there's fallout to deal with from subclassing. The team is on it. Still waiting for update 35 to be fixed. Yeah. Yeah. So those are the main things for me. I liked the look of the stage 3 of the Writhing Wall. And that was reassuring because stages 1 and 2, after having done them on PTS, I was starting to get a little bit less excited. But yeah, sorry, Maya, you just started saying something.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I'm gonna have to love you and leave you, get myself, get my shit together, and yeah, get back to work.
Already, like right now, or?
Well, yeah. 1:30.
Oh, yeah, in a few minutes. All right, well, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I'll give Maya a lift back to work after everyone's been on a break. They'll be eager to get back and get cooking. And then we'll come back and we'll do some, I don't know, 10 more minutes in ESO, and then we're going to do some Deus Ex.
Thanks, Erin.
Well, we can't bury the king here. So
Thank you so much.
Oh, Erin, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Pope Hacks. That's amazing. Welcome on in, Pope Hacks. That's harder for me to say than it should be.
And well, see you guys later.
Yeah.
Have an awesome afternoon.
And do stick around, guys. I'll be heading off in a moment as well, so I can give Maya a lift. But like I said, we'll do a little bit more Bankurai story, and then Deus Ex, probably one of the most important games that no one ever plays anymore. That's an exaggeration. It definitely has its fan community, but like people like me talk a lot about World of Warcraft, Half-Life 2. You know, these games that were like really genre-defining, Dark Souls or Demon Souls. And there's so much awesome stuff that actually traces its origins back to Deus Ex. Stunning achievement in level design and like sandbox isn't the right word, but like an immersive simulator. So I'll definitely be taking a look at that. I'm not the best placed person, obviously, to like extol all of its virtues. But if anyone's interested, obviously there are reams and reams of stuff on YouTube, dev interviews and all that shit. So we'll be diving back into that in just a moment. So Maya's leaving, but I will be back shortly. And I just wanted to see what Lucht was saying there. Yeah, he thought it was a bit disappointing. No mention of Update 46 stuff, yeah. Honestly, I think little to no combat changes is ultimately good. I'm kind of with you on that one. I'm kind of relieved. My main takeaway was that I have people, friends, and just sort of general folks that I know in ESO who really are a little bit, like, bummed about the current state of, you know, they liked Update 46, but post that, they're a little bit bummed about the state of it, and they were hoping for something. And I think the devs could at least have recognized, I think Gina knows. Pretty sure Gina knows that this sentiment is out there. But the others probably just don't get it, and that's why we didn't get any sort of comments on that. But overall, I'm slightly more excited for Update 48 than I was, given that we're not, yeah, like you said, we're not getting a ton of combat changes. We're being led off that roller coaster for another few months, maybe. We'll see when the patch notes come out. But yeah, also that we're getting this huge boss event at the end of the Writhing Wall event, which we didn't know about. So that'll be cool. Anyway, I'm going to bounce, guys, for like 4 or 5 minutes. Sit tight, as usual. Stretch your legs, grab a glass of water. And don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. And we're back. Sorry about that. Always a shame when I have to... Always a shame, sorry, when I have to bail in the middle of a stream or a discussion. I see, Vezok. Now that Khan is gone, it is time. It is our chance to take over Ninja Pools. They are two and we are many. Moves half a zone and potions while channeling. Not a super exciting update, but at least they won't mess too much with combat. But I also gotta say, yeah, it's not a super exciting update, but what about the update where we got Murkmire? Or Southern Elsewhere? Or the Deadlands, for example. Like, no one said these things, or Clockwork City. These are the same. They were these small zone updates. I mean, Clockwork City was fucking ace because it was such a good story and it had a trial in it. Hooray, I'd take that. But I don't feel like in previous years, this is just... A lot of that level of dissatisfaction is people not quite thinking straight. And not making proper or accurate comparisons with previous years. Or with what Zos have said they are going to do. Do you know what I mean? Like, to say, oh, we're just getting a small zone and some light combat changes. Well, that, in previous years, that's exactly what we would have hoped for. Do you know what I mean? But I do agree, it's nothing for anyone to get excited about, but the Q4 updates tended not to be. The only one that really stood out for me was Infinite Archive. And plenty of people weren't excited for that. In fact, I wasn't that bothered about Infinite Archive until I tried it on the PTS. Then I was like, hang on, this is actually kind of cool. Yeah, those zones weren't super exciting either. Yeah, so we're on the same page. I'm saying the same. It's just I can imagine a version of your comment there being used as some way to tear it down. I don't know. I just wouldn't think that was credible or reasonable. Oh yeah, we need to go to the parlay, don't we? There's definitely a group, or maybe not a group, but rather a tendency to just automatically criticize, or automatically look for things to criticize. ESO is not the only example. And it kind of bothers me that I have to filter genuine sentiment and feedback given by players, friends, whatever. I have to filter it through that, knowing, well, X percentage of this feedback is probably unmotivated nonsense. Because we see it every patch, you know? It's like the old joke about ESO's been a dead game since 2014. I'm not against criticism of Zos, far from it. I do a lot of it myself. I'm not against criticizing the game. Although, to be fair, I prefer criticism of the game rather than of the individuals that made it. Just because one is actually more productive than the other. But yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it?
Praise the 8. I can't tell you how delighted I am to see you. First, the Reachman advance stopped.
Yeah, Hagriman's dead.
Amazing.
And
what seemed like a hopeless situation has turned around completely.
And again, it's a thing that the devs have to wrestle with more than we do, thank fuck.
Imperial Magus General Septim Atharn is requesting a parley. I'm hoping it's to discuss a peace settlement.
I'll do the event, and after that, probably grind. Yeah. Event has been way overhyped. It's just an event with a bigger group thing. Have they overhyped it?
No, I wouldn't put anything past the Imperials. I'm optimistic, but not naive.
I feel like we've heard very little about it.
I want you there, just in case. We'll also have members of the fight. Now that you're here, we can get on with it. Gabrielle is joining us from the Mages Guild. It's neutral.
You really think the
territory.
Imperials
We're
want peace? This is a
valid
good
in
question.
Central Bankerai. I think they expected to take Evermore through deception. We've prevented that. I'm sure they'd like to take the city by force, but as long as Bankerai garrison is standing, that won't be happening. Under the terms of the parley, I agreed not to bring the Royal Guard. Septimus.
Right. Gabrielle.
Surprised to see me? Sounds like I already missed some interesting experiences. A Hagraven controlling crows? I want to see that. This business has potential too. Of course, our part only comes into play if there's trouble. Let's hope there isn't.
Vezog, not super excited about the event. I'm more excited to see Manny in part 2. Yep. Careful with spoilers, though. Dark Metal, I was almost in the mainframe to hack the Ninja Pulse stream. Would love a Murkmire 2 electric boogaloo, yeah. Everyone loves Murkmire. I still don't really understand why. I guess we'll find out during Ninja Pulse September Games Fest. Because I'll be playing it for the first time.
We'll be in position above the parley side.
Most of those zones weren't that interesting. Don't remember what quality of life came with those.
The three of us can cast
Minimal,
spells
yeah.
to rain down fire, ice.
The whole quality of life updates is more of a recent thing.
Target our spells.
I think since Blackwood, really, and that year, the Gates of Oblivion year, that's when they, of course, they were doing quality of life improvements and stuff before that as well. But that's when they really started talking about that as hey, new systems, new things that are going to make the game better, easier, simpler.
I thought we were in for a bit of easy coin with this job until the Queen said you were coming along. Now, for us, it's just sticking by the Queen. I can tell you this much. I've seen some ups and downs.
Alright. Let's go. Dark Metal, I was a bit hyped for Infinite Archive, but after doing it 4-6 times, I was already done with it. Just so boring. Yeah, some people found that. It's not what I found at all. I thought it was fantastic. One of the most replayable things in ESO for a long time. The most replayable thing that isn't a trial. Possibly. Nshu Dwabtha Threshold.
Good. Looks like everyone ended up in the right place. Let's get to our positions.
Always reassuring. I do have a vague memory of this, but not super specific. Yeah, Vezzo, we don't participate in dev hate here. Well, not generally. No.
The Queen should be here any moment. I hope at least.
Xenia, man, don't know what to do in the game right now. I've played all prologue quests and all tunes. It's getting kind of boring. Oh, well, what have you got left? Have you got any characters that haven't done the main story like I'm doing now? It's actually pretty fun. I'm skipping a lot of the dialogue because I'm talking with you guys. But actually, part of me feels like just doing it properly and listening to every word.
Impatience is hardly the mark of a strong ruler, Your
Here we go.
Majesty.
When you're queen, you're welcome to set a finer example, Magus General.
That's one honor I do not seek. What I do seek is the unconditional surrender of Evermore.
You came all this way just to make absurd demands? I'm surprised.
Hardly absurd, Argella. I tried the soft approach with the Duke, but you've spoiled that effort.
We could just kill the Empress, couldn't we?
Surrender, or you will.
Oh no, that's not the Empress. It's the
Your threats
Magus
carry
General.
little weight, Septima. Bankerai garrison still stands between us, and it does not fall easily. Or did you miss that in your history lessons?
Those who hide in the shadows of the past are crushed when its structures come tumbling down. Bankerai garrison has already fallen. My legionnaires walk its battlements even now.
Is this another one of your lies? I don't care. It's clear you want a war, and if that's what you want, you can have it. What? She's not even here. It's an illusion.
Just remember, you struck
Dun dun dun.
7th Legion, attack!
Ambush! Defend the queen at all costs!
Fried fire salts. They're coming all right. Don't forget, we're looking to you to direct our spells. Don't worry about targeting over our allies.
Set it ablaze!
Now!
Fry the queen. Call them out when you see them.
Oh, we can turn the sound down now a little bit.
Light it!
Imperials coming from that door to the south.
It's like being if Ash from the Evil Dead had gone back to the Middle Ages, but instead of a shotgun, he had a machine gun, like an Uzi or something.
More from the south. Let's get them.
Light it up!
They are very, very squishy. I guess because they wanted to throw a lot of enemies at you.
They just keep coming. Another group from the south.
Yeah, you are supposed to be on top, but I don't care. It's an optional step.
Get over here. Another group's coming in.
It says optional steps. Maybe you do need to do it that way? That would be dumb. I just wanted to get down and actually fight them, Necro style. Alright, there we go.
That can't be the last of them. It's a break, though. I'll open a portal to get us down to the queen.
It just came back up here. For fuck's sake.
My magicka is almost depleted. It's going to take all I've got to open a portal back to the palace. Be ready.
Can't you cast any faster, Gabrielle? The Imperials can. More portals opening up.
It's actual worm cult and Daedra and stuff coming through now.
Go, Your Majesty. Go!
You go. Who's this? Mage's Guild Destroyer. I thought she looked a little bit weird. No wonder. There's just two of them standing inside each other. Alright, let's get out of here. Dark Metal, just so alien, a different Murkmire is a bit too grey and dark. Would love an expansion where it's sunny and hot tropical forest. I see what you mean, yeah. Like Subly Catch, my personal favourite will always be Greymore. But I've enjoyed this solstice much more than I thought, especially when I went off and did all the side quests. Up Eastern side is the same, if not better. I think the writers, judging from what Bill Slavisek said, he's quite a low-key guy, but when he was here for Tenfest with us, you could hear there was... He was, like, betraying a level of excitement among the writers for what they can now do with this game or with this setting, you know?
I should be. Were we?
That could have gone better.
I didn't think I had another portal in me. Glad I was wrong.
They're hugging.
Well, at least some of us survived.
Well, we're going to wrap this one up, and then we're going to go over to Deus Ex. It's about time.
I know you.
Fortunately, you won't have to.
And Emmerich just rocks up.
Emmerich, I mean, Your Majesty.
Alright, well,
Peace of gods.
let's leave it there. So just by way of a reminder, this is September on Twitch, and for Ninja Pulls that means Games Fest. So we're playing through the entire Zone stories in The Elder Scrolls Online. We're also doing a different classic or beloved game every single day. Today that game is going to be Deus Ex. I'm going to do my best just to quickly explain why this is such a classic. And yeah, I mean, it's just a bit of fun. But it is interesting to think about like why these games have had such an impact, why they've shaped the industry and so on, and why some games work, others don't so much. Here we go. Please stick around, or at least for a few minutes, give me a chance here. This is an old game. I have got a massive, massive community-made overhaul mod installed. Since you asked nicely. I mean, ultimately, out of here for a sec. I just want to quickly adjust the category. Just turning the game volume down a little bit as well. What do you think of the sound, guys? Ah, this theme is so good. Yeah, this game is terrific. It really set the stage for a lot of games like Dishonored, Cyberpunk even, loads of games that we really, really love, and we take for granted some of the things that they do, and do so well. A lot of it comes from doing a poor man's version of what Deus Ex did 25 years ago. Alright, let's go. So we're going to start a new game. Whatever. We're not actually going to go from the beginning. I just want you guys to see the beginning.
Should be finalized within the week. I've already discussed the matter with the senator.
I take it he was agreeable?
He didn't really have a choice.
Has he been infected?
Oh yes, most certainly. When I mentioned that we could put him on the priority list for the ambrosia vaccine, he was so willing it was almost pathetic.
This plague, the rioting is intensifying to the point where we may not be able to contain it.
Why contain it? Let it spill over into the schools and churches. Let the bodies pile up in the streets. In the end, they'll beg us to save them.
I've received reports of armed attacks on shipments. There's not enough vaccine to go around, and the underclasses are starting to get desperate.
Of course they're desperate. They can smell their death, and the sound they'll make rattling their cage will serve as a warning to the rest.
I hope you're not underestimating the problem. The others may not go as badly as you think. Intelligence indicates they're behind the problem in Paris.
A bunch of pretentious old men playing at running the world. But the world left them behind long ago. We are the future.
We have other problems.
UNATCO?
Formed by executive order after the terrorist strike on the statue. I have someone in place, though. I'm more concerned about Savage. He's relocated to Vandenberg.
Our biochem corpus is far in advance of theirs, as is our electronic sentience.
That noise.
Their ethical inflexibility has allowed us to make progress in areas they refuse to consider.
The augmentation project?
Among other things, but I must admit that I have been somewhat disappointed in the performance of the primary unit.
The secondary unit should be online soon. It's currently undergoing preparation and will be operational within 6 months. My people will continue to report on its progress. Necessarily, the primary will be terminated.
Yeah, the voice acting is actually not bad.
To endure much, you and I, but soon there will be order again. A new age. Aquinas spoke of the mythical city on the hill. Soon, that city will be a reality, and we will be crowned its kings. Not better than kings.
Gods. How many video games quote Thomas Aquinas in their opening moments? Like, holy hell. And so, this is a heavily modded version of what the game originally looked like, but basically everything has been left very much as it was. We are on Liberty Island, and
JC, your brother Paul is on his way to meet you at the dock. The NSF is raiding the island and shots have been fired. I repeat, find Paul.
yeah, we hear the gunfire. That's fun.
From HQ.
Paul, I thought you were in Hong Kong. Welcome to the Coalition, JC. I might as well start using your code name. Think I missed my brother's first day?
Okay, so we're gonna skip all this stuff. I just wanted you guys to see the intro.
The idea. I'll see you.
Alright, and then I prepared a load, or rather a save, from a little bit further into the level. I won't going to bore you too much with the setting and backstory and all that, but it is a near future cybernetic augmentation is a thing. And it's a relatively, like, mature plot for a video game. I've seen a lot of memes recently about Elon Musk and how he thinks this is like a genius story, and he also thinks that he seems to see himself as the hero, JC Denton, not realizing that he's actually the villain of, you know, if he's any character in this setting, he's the bad guy. You know, the super rich maniac who wants to, like, trick the population and take over and amass power for himself. Pretty staggering how obliviously self-unaware that man is. But, so the setup here is there's a terrorist threat, someone's been kidnapped. We're on, here's the Statue of Liberty. But the point of the game is not so much the story or the setting, it is the ridiculous number of ways there are to complete each level. You can almost literally do whatever you want. If you thought of it... Yeah, there we go, there's one good example. So, I went too close to that guard dog and got spotted. If it were a more modern game, all the other enemies would be alerted by now. But this is the year 2000. They weren't too concerned about that. Anyway, I'm not trying to stay hidden. I'm just kind of moving around, trying to give you guys an idea. But yeah, there's like a ludicrous number of ways you can accomplish your objectives in this. Talking about the dude is a villain. Absolutely is. Real sick guy. And that whimper, yeah, classic. I feel like when you kill a wolf in Oblivion, it makes a very similar noise. There can't be that many stock audio samples of dogs getting injured or wounded. But yeah, you can literally go in guns blazing through the front door. You can go in through and you can shoot everyone. You can hack your way in. Like, we are gonna tranquilize this guy here. Or you can just knock him out from behind. Like, animations and all that stuff, yeah, rudimentary by today's standards, but it's the detail, the fact that if you can think of a potential way to get in, the devs have probably thought of it and allowed for it.
This power box must have been damaged in the raid. Don't cross through the arcs. I'm also picking up an EMP field here. If you're not careful, it'll suck away your bioelectrical energy.
So I don't think I have a multi-tool that can get me in there. But you can hack the fuse box, turn it off, and then safely get in through this area. I guess. Or maybe there's just good loot back there. I'm not sure, actually. But yeah, it's a genuinely stunning achievement. I cannot possibly do it justice on stream here in the time that we've got today. But I would, like, if you ever see it on offer, and it's regularly, you know, it'll be included in some sort of a bundle, or, you know, the Steam Christmas sale, or whatever, do consider picking it up. And the mod that I'm using here is called GMDX. Give me Deus Ex. Because I'm a bit of a Mirror's Edge enjoyer, i.e. I enjoy falling off stuff, I'm gonna try to get in this way. You'd probably put the baton away now, buddy. Got a hazmat suit, I don't need that. Yeah, that whimper's used by a lot of games. I bet it is, yeah. Don't ask me why a bunch of cargo containers are stacked in here around the Statue of Liberty, but I've literally never come in this way before, and I've done this level a few times. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. You can hack your way past robots and guarding the place. You can hack the security cameras. But as you can see, if you can get that mod, and you can get that from, if you have GOG Galaxy, you can buy Deus Ex on there and install the mod straight from Galaxy. It's on their store for free. GMDX it's called. Or you can just grab it from the website. If you Google GMDX, I think you'll see some sort of German government department, and then you'll see this afterwards. And it's very easy to get it up and running. So I'm getting tranquilizer darts from these goons, which is good. If you need to take someone out from range, they might not go down immediately. Yeah, the Steam version, you just download GMDX from the website. I don't think it's available on Steam. And the launcher looks for the Steam version by default, I think. You know, the launcher for the mod, and I'll just extract everything to the right place. So all you do is like unpack it and then tweak your settings for like resolution and whatnot. There was another thing I had to do to get it working properly, and that was to set the gamma manually. Basically, if you're... I can't really show you because of the health bar and stuff on the bottom right, bottom left. By the way, guys, if you're enjoying Games Fest, I know this is not the most eye-candy game that we've played this month. But if you appreciate what we're doing and that we're trying to revisit some classics and give everyone a flavor of like games they haven't played before, or games that they never got the chance to play because they're just too young to have ever played these things, then do remember to show us your support during September. There are a handful of people who've been incredibly generous this month, and I really don't want to ask more of them. What we really could use, I think, over the long term is, you know, a sort of a medium to large group of people who appreciate the stream and who visit it on a regular basis. Just throwing us a couple of shekels per month. Think how many hours we've streamed in September, and how many hours I stream generally in a month. And, you know, if you want to throw us $2 on Ko-fi or something like that per person, that will help us enormously. Just think of it, if we had 50 people doing that on a monthly basis, it'd be amazing. So please do consider it, but I'll shut up now. I don't want to wax lyrical for too long about that kind of stuff. We're here to play. It has its charm, it absolutely does. And Darkman, thank you for cheering. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And yeah, I don't mean to discourage those people who've been massively supportive. You guys are the lifeblood of so many streamers out there. We really appreciate it. So I'm supposed to free up someone downstairs as well, but I think that's an optional objective. I'm not going to worry too much about all that. The main thing, I think, is just to show you guys how many different ways there are to accomplish anything in this game. Oh, so that was a bit more sensitive than I thought. I thought I'd be able to disarm it, maybe. If I got close enough. But yeah, games like System Shock, BioShock, to a degree, definitely Cyberpunk, and obviously the more recent Deus Ex games. They are a huge debt to this design philosophy of you create a level and you put yourself in the shoes of the player or even better, the character who's traversing that level, and what are the various things they might do? What tools do they have? Let me just remind myself what our objectives are here. Da, 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 da. Is there actually not a quest log here? I thought there was. That doesn't matter. Support is coming away from me on payday, I guarantee. Oh man, thank you so much. Having a little bit of shit month where pretty much all my money has to go to the family. Hey, they're the ones who get it first though. Absolutely. But yeah, there are a couple of things that I give money to on a regular basis. One or two streamers and podcasts. A couple of podcasts actually that I listen to and that I want to support directly rather than just through, you know, listening to ads and what have you. Alright, let's see if we can take both these guys down quickly. Because you can just go in guns blazing, like I said. And if I just kite these guys around, they will just succumb to the tranquilizer dart. You can just hear them running around looking for me.
I'm gonna get this pig.
I guess so. They did alert the guards. That's cool. See, for a game from 2000 that already has that. Because both of them just like knocked out. Awesome. And here we are at the top. See if we can get in. I crouch so you can't hit me. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy there's so much you can do. Often it's just a case of identifying what is a computer terminal or a maintenance hatch and stuff like that. They're often quite well concealed. Is this guy coming back? So when you hear them running, that freaks me out a little bit. But thank you, Zdenya. I really appreciate that. I see that's the guy hitting an alarm. I guess because he walked out here and saw the body. Let's try reload. Let's hit him with a trank.
I know I heard something. I think we've got an intruder. That's him. He's a cop.
I think we got an intruder. Apparently I missed with both those darts, even though they were like... perfectly on him. Jesus. There he goes. Now he didn't alert anyone. Have we got any extra ammo for this thing? So yeah, like, if you're used to modern games, you're obviously gonna miss the sophisticated animations and behavior of NPCs. But the raw materials are all there, and the level of complexity, yeah. Like I said, it's genuinely difficult for me to demonstrate properly in just a short stream. And Zdenya, I have this organization I give money to twice a year, €30 twice, and so kids with various handicaps like blind, deaf, mute, or whatever. I know you're not trying to, but now you're making me feel terrible. So that they can organize camping trips for them. That's awesome. Something I started doing when I was like 22 or something. It's been supporting for 25 years now. It's not like I can cancel it, you know. Why wouldn't I want to support blind children? Yeah, it's the things that we wouldn't want to go away, I suppose. See, I haven't actually bothered to get myself a multi-tool yet. Which is kind of dumb, because that's what you need to do to hack these cameras. I'm guessing there might be one in here. No, just a lockpick. Oh really? I set off the alarm? Come on. But yeah, it's very fun. Like the stealth is completely optional, as you can see. God damn it. I'm really struggling to get past that thing. Alright, we could take a different route. What else might we be able to do? We could just shoot the camera. I've never tried that, but I bet that will work. Oh, that might be the first time I've ever tried anything in Deus Ex and it didn't work. Alright. There's a weird texture glitch there, isn't there? No multi-tool? What in tarnation? Yeah. How have I managed to get this far without picking one up? upgrade the weapon. How many darts have we got? Oh, we got like 13 rounds. Should be alright. Hey, Gloomvex, thank you for cheering. 500 bits. Wow. Story is more important for me. Graphics come second. Absolutely right. But it's lovely when we can have both. Is it not? But yeah, I completely second that. I've got more medkits that I know what to do with. But just to be clear, like, there's so much of the level which is just about, like, deciding how to get in here. And the various ways that you can do that. Rigor Mortis, yeah, I know this feeling. I've had this with Baldur's Gate. Yes. The story in Deus Ex, for what it's worth, is pretty great as well, actually. Like, Elon Musk is not wrong when he says one of the greatest video games ever. Not exactly a hot take.
The bastards just killed it.
This is a bit risky.
Thought I saw fascists.
I love how they call you fascist. That's brilliant. But yeah, it's also one of those games where it kind of helps if you know what your playstyle is going to be before you start. But Gloombex, thank you so much for that. That's amazing. And I gotta say, I encourage you guys to, like, mess around with all of these games. All of them have been so much fun to get into.
Good. You're nearing the command center. Agent Herman remains in captivity on the ground floor, but we can probably get him out. Keep moving.
Should we just keep moving then? Give up on the ground floor stuff. Legend! Is this the Cyberpunk sequel? Happy.
The NSF targeted a shipment of the plague vaccine Ambrosia. We can't locate it. See if the leader will surrender when you reach the command post. We'd like to interrogate him.
So there's no quest log, but you do get these, like, little remarks from your handler as you go. You'll almost the game. Or for me, I play Sacred 2 until this game. Until this day. I know that game, yeah. That's a classic. Alright, geez, save. The fact that there's recoil and all this stuff as well. It's the depth. That's what I enjoy. Obviously, it's been modded to look actually pretty great. But if you play the original vanilla, it doesn't look that much worse than this. The main thing is, you know, support for high-resolution displays and stuff like that.
Easy. We want you to take this one alive and conscious. Find out what you can about the shipment, then turn him over to one of the troopers.
Happy Gauge. Yeah. Sacred 2, 2008? That sounds about right, yeah. I never played the first one. I have it on Steam.
Don't shoot. I surrender.
So you think you
Well, that was easy.
What to do with
Easy,
this
wasn't it?
Ambrosia shipment?
You're too late. It's on its way back to the people, and you can't do a damn thing about it.
Tell me about the shipment, and I'll order the troops to pick you up as a prisoner instead of a corpse.
Tell me about the shipment, and I'll order the troops to pick you up as a prisoner instead of a corpse.
Ask away. We already won this round.
Where are you taking it?
We're just giving ordinary people the same chance to survive as the bureaucrats in Washington.
You'll have to unload in New York because the choppers would spot you at sea.
I think the government made the plague on purpose to get rid of the population growth.
Well done. I will pass on your orders to the troopers. Report back to base on the west side of the island. Mission complete.
The chief finally let us loose. We were right behind you and cut through them like a hot knife through butter.
So the terrorists are down, and as you can probably tell already, maybe we're not on the right side after all. If all they're trying to do is get, like, a cure into the hands of the people who need it. Yeah, let's, just for good measure. It's a very, very Half-Life, isn't it? So just in case you weren't aware, guys, Iron Storm and Eidos Interactive is the studio and the publisher. It is the brainchild of Warren Spector, who's a name many gamers have heard of, but don't necessarily know that much about the guy. I thought you can use the ATM. They can steal people's account numbers and PIN numbers and actually withdraw cash. It's a ludicrously detailed game. To the point where you find yourself asking, like, why? Why do they even bother? So here's one of the alternatives we could have used. Oh, that's too heavy, alright. We could use this. You can climb up and get onto this ladder. I think this is what I did before. And then you can get in like this. That totally looks like a cartoon character giving you the finger. Not like the Torch of Liberty, but whatever. We do have a flashlight as well. But obviously you'll get spotted easily if you do that. I think this is the route I would normally take. Yeah. But there are so many ways in. It's so awesome. And you can either explore it yourself, or you can... We take electrical damage from interacting with the plug socket. That's hilarious. Or you can, like, talk to characters around the place and get a sense of various, like, methods of entry and... No jokes, please. You know what I mean. Ingress and egress. Alan Taran, I still have the original CD and the Game of the Year CD, and I bought it on Steam many years later. That's awesome. Can't remember where we're headed to debrief, I guess. I guess this is the right way. I'm not finding anything that I actually want. Oh, I know what you mean. It's a dark metal. Yeah, you definitely do.
Looks like we ran them off.
So I guess this isn't the way. What? Zdenya, question. And Manus, yeah, old school Deus Ex. And the Rigor Mortis, yeah, have to admit PG3 is an all-time favorite. But that's another one we're going to be playing here during Games Fests, because it is such an important game to so many of us. Made a real impact. Its impact on the industry is the subject of... There we go, finally a multi-tool. Subject of much debate, because it's not really... Its success isn't one that can be easily copied. Yeah, you have no problems with that. I'm sure you do not. And Zeta, question. Do you make any money from us looking at you stream? Yeah, if ads are popping up, we make a tiny amount from ads. If there's a really long stream with hundreds of people, we can make like $50. It's not a lot, I'm not gonna lie to you, but if like a lot of big streamers say, or it's difficult. A lot of tiny streamers will say, I don't want ads on because I don't make any money from them, I just want them switched off. Because people who watch, if you're a small streamer, there's a high chance that at least half of your viewers are subbed anyway. So if you've only got 10 people watching you want subbed, 10 people watching, you're not going to really notice that at the end of the month. And if you're a massive streamer, you make so much money anyway from subs, you don't care about the ad revenue. But for us, yeah, we would miss it.
So they were after
we don't need it.
A month's supply for the East Coast. We think they've taken it back to
but yeah, it does help. That's why we keep thanking people for sitting through the ads.
Will brief us shortly. UNATCO makes sure the limited supply of vaccine gets to government agencies and key industries. It's good to finally see some action. Just keep a level head. You're doing well so far. Now get inside. I'll meet you in Manderley's office, level 2.
No, but that's really kind. Yeah, so you're firing up and sort of just tuning in and out. You have to do shit at work. Usually mute, but I always leave the stream on until you close it. Does that do anything at all? Or am I doing it for nothing? No, it helps. Loads of people do that. It actually does help, yeah. Absolutely. Of course it's down here. I'd completely forgotten that. So, obviously these textures are not the OG. Heavily redone. The fact that you can read the paper and all that stuff. Defying Congress for the 3rd time this year, President Meade unilaterally paid the United States late dues to the United Nations. Like good tenants, we must pay our rent on time, he told reporters. Leaders of both parties criticized the move. Where does he get the cash? Asked Senator Ryden. Blah, 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 blah. The Republicans were no kinder. Fun. And the floor, I don't know. I've been to a lot of government buildings. My sister is a civil servant. They don't keep it this tight. Although I suppose UNATCO isn't a government organization quite.
Pretty smart.
So yeah, the guy will compliment you in different ways depending on how you...
It's my first day too. I'm pretty excited.
Ah, nice. Depending on how you deal with it. Oh, there we go. Ammunition disappearing again. We're changing the door code for the comm van near the helipad. New code 0451. I think I know exactly where that door is. 0451, right? Yeah, anyone who's played BioShock, System Shock, they will immediately recognize this. This little move. It's just the sheer amount of things that you pick up and do stuff with. I love it.
You are not a recognized user for this device.
This game has ray tracing. I think that's just screen space reflection. I did notice that Borderlands 4 has no ray tracing option, but it seems to be there. So I don't know what the deal is with that. If it's like Indiana Jones and ray tracing is just standard. Yeah, we can't access that. But yeah, other than the detailed textures and all that stuff, all of this stuff was here. It's all OG. It's amazing. It is blank. You're gonna play Metal Gear Rising as well? I don't actually own it. Could get it. But we've got one day, October the 1st, happy. Which is gonna be for, you know, viewer-voted video game. VVVG. No, we're not calling it that. But that's the one. In fact, give me a sec. And let me just bring it up. Oh, the music. I freaking love it. Where was I looking? I think I already posted it in Ninja Balls. Let me find it. I mean, and apologies for those who were here yesterday. You already saw this. But I'm just going to bring it up again.
I need a vacation.
Alright, there we go. There we go, happy. So that's today. Obviously, September 12th, Deus Ex. So we've got Mass Effect 2, Bioshock, Planescape Torment, Disco, Half-Life, Left 4 Dead, Portal. So a bit of a Valve session from the 17th to the 20th. Got a bunch of multiplayer games from the 19th onwards, because Maya's going to be here every day for that. So we're going to pair up in all of these games. Eggbirds is going to be here for Enshrouded. That's going to be a ton of fun. For those of you who don't know Eggbirds, he is a hilarious man. Such a lovely guy. We're going to be doing Space Marine 2 on the 22nd of September. Again, Maya and I will play it together. We'll take whatever guidance you guys care to offer. And we are going to be giving away 2 codes for that game on that day. 2 codes for Space Marine 2 on the 22nd. It works out perfectly, right? So mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't own that game and you like the look of it, it's very, very good fun. It's quite a simple game. You know, Gears of Warhammer kind of thing. But that doesn't make it a weak game by any means. Then we got Dawn of War Remastered, Vampire Survivors. It's going to be crowd-controlled as well. We may do some Skyrim on that day as well. Crowd-controlled Skyrim. So you guys can control the game from Twitch. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Dragon's Dogma 2. These are all requests from you guys, I think. Hellblade was one that Maya wanted to get in there. Heretic, Assassin's Creed. It doesn't have to be Shadows, but we wanted to put a Creed game in there somewhere. Maya does like the franchise. I'm not as big a fan, but some of the games are really, really good fun. We could always do Black Flag instead. We'll see. And then, yeah, October the 1st, your choice. And then as a bonus, after party, we're going to have Split Fiction. Happy Saj, I'll miss a lot of fun stuff, so I'm going to be on vacation. They have internet on vacation, don't they? No worries at all, man. Enjoy it. We all need a vacation sometime. But yeah, you know what Maya's like. September is just an excuse to put on a show. So we are always going to be doing crazy stuff. And this has gone really well. I feel like people have responded well to it. It's been fun to geek out and talk about games that we all played when we were younger, or that we are too young to have played, and other people in chat are like, oh, I remember this one, you want to do this, and that. It's been awesome. So I'm sure we haven't seen the last of this idea, you know?
Wish we had Gunther for this.
Yeah, the music makes me feel something, nostalgic feels. Yeah, Duck Metal, that's what it is. Copying the room upside down, basically, yeah. Screen Space Reflections is just a version of that. And Solo, did I miss the Update 48 patch notes? Those are coming on Monday. Sorry for the late response. And Ripe, hello! Hello! Manos, hopefully you all have fun on your vacation instead. Exactly, yeah. Where are you off to, Happy? Tell us, make us jealous. You're gonna have something backseating while you play Pong. Jumping in games is always fun. Old games.
Blood vessel patterns right through your sunglasses.
I love that he's so cool, he's just wearing shades all the time. So does Gunnar...
Remember that Mr. Manderley wants to see you. Level 2. His secretary, Janice Reed, has your login and password.
I'm pretty sure Gunnar survives, even though we didn't bother to go and rescue him. Should we take the pencil? We might need to John Wick someone a little bit later. Those paintings were not in the game originally, I'm certain of it. But yeah, even in the UNATCO building, we can lockpick all of these things.
Good work out there, Mr. Denton. Mr. Manderley said you handled yourself
Denton?
nicely. Welcome to UNATCO HQ. Our little family keeps getting bigger.
Is Mr. Manderley available?
Yes, go right in. By the way, your computer account is ready. Log in JCD, password Bionic Man.
She's not bothered
Hey,
that we
I'm
just...
trying to work.
She's not bothered we just steal her stuff. Mr. Manderley, FYI, your new password is Night Killer. I knew you led that mission in Paris against the old terrorist organization, whatever it was. Your login is still J Manderley. So this is where you get like the pad and write these things down.
Your partner for the next assignment, Anna Navarra, is in the adjoining break room to the east. Maybe you should introduce yourself. You found your office. Did Janice give you your login?
I love the idea. They're like radioing you. Oh, you found your office. How much faith do they have in this guy? Go to Norway for 2 weeks, visiting friends who live there. I think you may have mentioned this before. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I'm very happy for you, man. I hope you have a great time. Man, those keyboards, they never quite caught on, did they? The split keyboard. That's what she said, right? Hey. Dual wielding keyboards, yeah. Thank God it didn't. I don't know, there would be something about being able to turn the right side of the keyboard when you're not mousing, but then to slam it back into place so it locks and it becomes one plank again. I think it would be horrible in practice, but in theory. You thought it's implants, could be remembering wrong. Oh, he just said your sunglasses. The guy at the security guard, so. But yeah, that could just be a misnomer. Reading up on your augmentations, beginning to see why you found classes so easily. Every neuron in your head has been augmented. For example, the voice in your head from an operator, someone here at HQ, leaps fully formed right into your temporal lobe, bypassing the eardrum and its sensory neurons. It's fun, right? And is perfectly inaudible to everyone around you. Of course, not to mention that the nanites clinging to your axons can both receive and transmit symbolic information. So if you ever need help, don't sweat it. Someone at HQ probably already knows. Come by if you want to hear more. This is great stuff, Jamie. Nano Augmentation and You. That's a brilliant title. That is a bit scary, yeah. Well, that's the flip side of this sort of augmentation, isn't it? That it's cool, and then it very quickly becomes frightening. Any of you guys see a film? Recent. I think it was just called Possessor. It's not a horror film, although, it's made by David Cronenberg's son. My phone's dropped out of Wi-Fi, so I can't look it up for some reason. But that does a great job of exploring that idea of sort of cybernetic augmentation and how frightening and destructive it could be. Yeah, we're not going to worry too much about this. I should stick my finger in the socket again. Maunos, would be nice if you're on the toilet and then realize there's no toilet paper left. Yeah, that's so true. I love that that's the first thing you thought of. Next thing you know, there's a knock on the door and someone just slides a new pack of loo roll. So where the fuck is Manderley? Is he downstairs?
Before the briefing, you've got to go to level 3 for your equipment and a medical examination. See Jaime Reyes in the med center and Sam Carter in the armory.
Love the Hoover bot. Years before that was a reality. It's like, well, it's gonna be a thing. It's such a thing. I feel like in games around this time depicting the bathroom.
At ease, Agent Denton.
Roomba's gone. No, but years before
This is a great honor.
it was a reality then.
We ain't found shit.
Yeah, Guns N' Raiders.
Did to your family.
Enough of that, soldier.
Quite right.
We each have our troubles. I lost my children, but you've had to grow up without your parents, which requires more courage.
Happy whenever I need to find horse futa stuff. Someone at HQ already knows and can help me find it easy. Talk about all the fuck.
That sounds fine. Thank you, sir.
What else do you think?
Hell yeah, bathroom floor cigarettes. The best kind. It's that unique flavor, you know? Ooh. Can you spare a nanotech tech tool?
Can you spare a nanotech tech tool?
Nanotech tech tool?
I like that. Now move out. Manderley's waiting.
Hey, what about that guy out front selling munitions? Is that allowed?
Oh, Captain, right. We've got some screwballs around here, but he's not the problem. It's whoever's been breaking into the armory.
Not me.
Someone at UNATCO's a thief?
Yes, sir. And a damn good one.
The soundtrack is fucking chill. I love it. Just leaving gas grenades in the display cabinet. It's so good, man. No, we need Manderley first. Oh, fuck it. Let's say hi to Jaime Navarra. Oh no, that's the wrong character, isn't it? Right, where's Matey Man?
Gunther should have followed orders.
Is that supposed to be the guy that we captured? Doesn't look like him. weird. It's got their name on the office, but they're not in here. Alright. Don't need grenades for gas. Ayo. It's a very Star Trek kind of med bay, isn't it? Oh, no, I'm not reading all that for you guys. Sorry.
Hey, JC.
You look like the real thing. They actually let you operate on people?
Just fixed Gunther's knee, in fact. A sticky actuator. So far, I feel more like a mechanic than a doctor.
I'm impressed.
They actually let you point a gun at people.
We'll have to catch up later. I've got to leave for New York right away. Could you send Manderley whatever it is he wants?
No problem. Listen, JC. About your augmentations. You know they're preparing to roll out the technology.
Subtlety, is this Deus Ex?
As long
Yeah.
as green and grow a pair of antennas, as I understand it.
Yeah, well, the design's pretty modular, which means you'll soon have access to upgrades from standard augmentation.
Oh, you're getting screen tearing? I must admit, I'm not seeing that.
Maybe you did.
My apologies. Thanks for pointing it out. I'll see if I can.
I'll do that.
They can.
It's about haven't run into
a real piece of work. Maybe you should compare notes before the operation. You never know. She might go easier.
I love that his little fringe signifies Hispanic.
Then report to Manderley. He told me to send you back to him on the double.
Yeah, is the screen tearing happening on Twitch? 'Cause I'll be honest, I'm not seeing it at all. But yeah, let me yeah, the squared heads are a sign of the times. Crazy. Can't tell. It might not even be a thing that I can adjust in here. No, I don't think so. I would have to reboot the entire thing. I'll tell you what. I'll try not to swing the camera around too much. Subtlety, if that's cool. But either way, it's not happening on my screen, so it must be the capture card. Ooh, restricted area. Actually, yeah, the music is fucking great, isn't it? Dead guy. They did a great job with the remaster. Like I said, there are two that generally compete for our attention if we want to replay this game or just play it for the first time. One is called Deus Ex Revision. That is the one I've messed around with before. This one is called GMDX.
I can't wait to get to New York and finish the job.
Gimme DSX for short. That's what it stands for. And yeah, they're both really, really excellent. I've had a lot of fun with both of them. I think this one's the more quote-unquote true experience.
JC. Mind if I call you JC?
I'm so freaking confused. It said Joseph Manderley, but is he in here then? Yeah, there we go. God damn it.
That will be JC's job.
What's that?
There is some screen tear, alright.
The NSF have Ambrosia in a warehouse protected by cameras and booby traps. We want to power down the whole system.
We're taking one illicit generating plant, protected by weak groups of NSF. Knock out that plant, and Paul's team can walk right into the warehouse.
Just tell me where it is. The NSF are openly resisting our deployed forces.
I highly encourage you guys to check this out.
Deal with them first.
Yeah, the character models remind me of Duke Nukem and Halo 1, yeah. And Half-Life.
I'll use my discretion.
Go in like the U.S. Marshals. We lose the vaccine, I'm sending your bike to the mayor to explain why he and his 3 daughters won't get their pills this month.
Yes, sir. Let's not waste any time, JC. Get down to the dock. A boat is waiting to take you and your partner, Anna Navarro, to shore.
Yes, get moving. Here's your op bonus for the great job you did in the statue. 1,000 credits. We take care of our people around here. The bonus for rescuing Agent Herman goes to
Yeah,
one of the
I didn't bother doing that.
I'm sure you understand.
Thank you, sir.
I think I read just a few years back, like during lockdown, I think it was, that some random player had discovered a brand new
Meet up in the city.
a brand new method for advancing. And there's a level that takes place in the city. It might even be this one, in fact. And it's the dumbest thing. There are various ways, like I said, to accomplish your objective.
Won't try that trick again.
And this one was as simple as there are a bunch of trash bags lying around. And you can pile them up and use them to climb over the fence. Like, it's that simple. That's kind of crazy, right? And this is like, I don't know, how long was the game? So I guess the game was already 20 years old or something at this point. Now it's 25. And that was a method that, I mean, maybe people had done it back in 2000. The internet wasn't what it is today. But isn't that fucking wild? That even 20 years later, people were finding ways that were presumably designed. They were put there by the level designers, but you can pile up a load of stuff and skip a huge amount of the level. I've probably gone the wrong way again, haven't I?
Let's head out.
Yeah, no, that was correct. Moose, cooking question. Even though the pro isn't here, how do I cook fries in the oven and keep them as soft as possible? Low heat for longer? Probably low heat. And then quick high heat. And maybe
lead the way.
If you have like a spray bottle with oil in it, you can give them a light misting of oil, which will help them crisp up a little bit.
Exterminate.
A precious opportunity we cannot neglect.
What about the rest of the shipment?
Alex Zero, you should watch the GDQ run of Deus Ex. If it's from a few years ago, I think I've seen it.
Are we going in the front, or is there another way?
A secondary entrance would be useful, but I am aware of no such thing.
Running animation. It's like Morrowind. And this is 2 years earlier. And 2 years in game development back then was an eternity. Feels like. Subtlety, hey, Moose. Subtlety says on YouTube you should put hot coals in your mouth and breathe on the potatoes for 30 seconds. 37 seconds.
I'm starving. Do you have anything to eat?
He sounds exactly like Alvin from The Witcher, the first Witcher game that we played the other day. I have a candy bar.
All I have is a candy bar.
Don't matter. I just need something in my stomach so I can fall asleep.
There you go. Do you have a place to stay?
I sleep out on the dock where they unload the speedboats.
Speedboats? Is that how the NSF get their supplies?
Alvin from the Chipmunks?
They're always coming in and out of the tunnel behind the soda machine.
Interesting.
I spy on
That's
them
my chipmunk
from
voice.
the code is 9183.
9183.
Boy.
Thanks for the snack, mister.
It's the least I can do.
I've no idea what he's talking about, but once again, wasn't paying attention. We're not going to worry about it. But, like, hopefully you're already seeing that this is a game you could devote serious time to, like jotting down all the notes. You know, all the little bits of intel that you pick up. And they did a great job with the remaster. The skyline was there, but it was very basic. This is fucking awesome. You know, the city background, that's actually really well done. Yeah, you got a code for something. Anox, 5 years or so? I may well have seen that then. It's been done a few times. Oh, this is just the Game of the Year edition. The remaster is a community mod. The one you're looking at right now is called GMDX, Give Me Deus Ex, for short. GMDX is what everyone calls it. If you search it up, anyone who has Deus Ex Game of the Year GOTY edition on GOG Galaxy or on Steam, you can install this. In fact, if you've got Galaxy, you can install the mod straight from there. There's another one called Deus Ex Revision, which I think is a larger mod, obviously also a community thing, and that does much the same stuff, but it alters the levels a little bit more. It's a bit more controversial as a result. But it's like more of an overhaul. This is more of a remaster, you know? Hey, meow. Man, I've forgotten so much. It's been years since I played this.
Country, 'tis the sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing.
No, it's just labeled bum. Brilliant. No stereotypes here, it's fine.
Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride.
Sick woman.
Got 5 credits for someone who's got the Grey Death.
Yeah, go on then.
Here you go.
God bless you.
Oh, that's it? No intel? Come on. Come on, lady. Alright, it may only be, what, 5 years after The Elder Scrolls Arena? No. 7 years. But they've still got the whole boobalicious... They have so little budget in terms of polygons and texture for rendering realistic characters, but big old tits is like #1 on the agenda. Maybe #2 after the face. You know what I mean? That was so funny in Arena to see that, how much effort had gone into making it very, very clear that the females were female. It was a little bit silly. I miss being able to move the bodies, though. You can't always do that. But seriously, check it out when the Game of the Year edition is on sale. Which happens, you know, fairly regularly. Just snap it up and you know, make a note to play it at some point. This is making me want to reinstall the game now. Amazing. I'm so glad when people say that. That is just... We just want to awaken that enthusiasm. We got a man down.
They've got hostages in the subway station. We lost some of our men.
The gunplay actually isn't that bad. Obviously, there's nothing compared to Borderlands 4, but it's not as janky as you'd expect. No. Hey, Sin, how's it going? I've seen worse. Exactly. Egbert, what did I miss in the past 4 to 5 hours? You missed a lot of chat about Update 48. And we are now in Solstice. Doing the quest there. No, this is Deus Ex from the year 2000. Modded with a community mod from... Ooh, when was this finished? It's a while ago, like 2017 I think was the last update for it.
I wish we had Gunther for this.
The NSF seems to be falling back.
Yeah, Sin cameo. And thank you for the cheer, Egberts. How you doing? What's this? Oh, the prod charger. Nice. The sound effects are great. I'll just let him cook for a moment. And they're both down.
The NSF terrorists in the subway have threatened to blow up the platform. Watch for booby traps.
Right, one down. Yeah, Egberts. Oh, Alex, you do have the Game of the Year edition? Nice. And Egberts, I'm confused why nobody mentioned the gun skill line added in Update 48. Hey, Fueman! Hello, sexy ninjas. Hello yourself. How you doing? Hope you're having a nice day. It is the weekend, pretty much, isn't it? We're all done with work by now. It's 5:30, even in the UK, so... Hell yeah. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to disarm these. Honestly, I wasn't paying that much attention during the briefing. So I'm not even super clear on what we need to do. Just get the terrorists to... let the hostages go, right?
Good work. The hostages will be all right. Now get back to Castle Clinton and help Agent Navarre locate the barrel of ambrosia.
Cool. Good to see another sexy fellow. And still no multi-tool. No, I do have one, don't I? We found one. Yeah, there we go. We got a couple. You know, let's get rid of some of this shit. Just put it all in the pistol, I guess. Cool. Whoa. That was slightly jarring. So all I needed to do was open the door and suddenly I'm in a different part of the city. Work tonight and work tomorrow, Khan. Oh, well, it's still the weekend. Foyerman, yes, nice and smooth. What about you, brother? Yeah, it's been a good week, thank you. Been a very good week. We've done some cool stuff. I feel like it's very loud all of a sudden with the subway noise. Yeah, it's been a good week for Ninja Pools.
What's the situation here?
Hello.
You're taking over. I've got to get my team ready to raid the warehouse. What about the EMP field? Still in place. Your primary objective will be to locate and disable its power source. Probably an industrial-sized generator in a large building. I'll question some of the locals. I ordered the civilians to take cover a block south of here in the Free Clinic and at the Underworld Tavern, down on the corner. Maybe I'll start with the tavern. Why'd you have to clear the street? There's still a heavy NSF presence in the streets, and we're taking some fire. We could use your help if you get the chance. Maybe I'll do that. If you need any extra equipment, here's the key to my place at the Ton Hotel. Check the secret closet. Remember? The keypad's behind the painting. Just like the movies. Second floor, right? Yeah, and take a charger for the riot prod. We don't need another Anna Navarra shooting spree. Whatever you say. And JC, we'll be waiting for you to take down that EMP field.
We're getting reports of a hostage situation in the Ton Hotel, which is at the southeast corner of the block.
Oh man, look at this.
Mr. Renton and his daughter Sandra. We think at least one of them is still inside.
The vibes are so strong.
They're gonna kill him. Nothing. I checked his pockets. You don't live underground and not have one of Charlie's cards. Make him take off his shoes.
I just sleep down there. They don't give you money unless you're on the council.
Take off your shoes.
Someone got wasted.
I love that. Someone got wasted.
Come on, man.
We got med kits. It's fine. The reacts when someone goes down and they see the body. Someone got wasted. He's right next to him. Alright, that's pretty funny. Oh, come on. This is the most important part of the game. Oh, getting closer. This is like that bit in Phasmo, isn't it? I give up. All right. Didn't know Papa Jester voiced this game. Anegbird's a bit tired. Had a productive afternoon. Thank you. Now I'm off to my other work. Awesome, awesome. Well, I hope you have a lovely weekend regardless of work, my friend. Take it easy and enjoy your evenings, you know? That's the key. Alright, folks. Well, it is approaching... Yeah, it's coming up to 5 o'clock. When I said 5:30, it was actually 4:30. That suddenly made me panic when I said it because I was supposed to be done by 5. It's like 22 now. But yeah, we've played a good bit of Deus Ex here. Read up about it. I like I said right at the beginning when I started streaming this, there's no way I can do this justice. But we'll probably never get games again like this because of the sheer expense of building all of the systems and all the environments and all the reactions that we would expect at today's levels of production quality. It just can't really be done. But if you don't mind, like most of you guys were saying, do not give a shit about playing with you know, old school graphics, if the other stuff is top tier, if the writing and systems are good, this game is something else. As you can see and hear, the atmosphere is fantastic. So yeah, highly encourage, if you haven't played it in a while, or if you're like me and you bought it and just let it sit in your Steam library for a while, get one of these mods, GMDX or Deus Ex Revision, and check it out. I cannot imagine you'll regret it. It is like the Citizen Kane of video games in a lot of ways. It's an amazing achievement, and its influence is seen in so many of the great games that have come out since 2000. So you know, we're talking BioShock, we're talking obviously the System Shock series kind of was a forerunner of that as well. But even Cyberpunk, which we were enjoying so much the other day, and I was talking about, one of the things that's so amazing about it is all these overlapping systems. You could do it this way, you could do it that way, or you could do something completely different, and a lot of it works. The reason they have these ideas of that being a good thing to do in a video game, the player freedom, is because of the kind of stuff that the folks at Valve and the folks at Ion Storm were discovering and demonstrating at around the time that this was made. So do it now, or do it sometime. But anyway, staying you off for a while. Kids requested burgers today, and didn't have to ask me twice. I like it. I think we're gonna do jacket potatoes later, and that's one of the reasons I have to go shopping. But anyway, guys, have a fantastic weekend. As always, I cannot thank you enough for hanging out and entertaining me while I do my best to entertain you guys with various different bits of gaming nonsense. We will be back tomorrow and every day this month. You've seen the list of all the games we're going to be playing, so unless you're taking a fancy trip to Norway, no excuse for not being here. But seriously, thank you. We really do appreciate it. They're not just words I'm saying. Appreciate the company. And of course, the support. I cannot express how helpful that is to know that we have this going on. And let's keep it going through September and ideally beyond, because we've got a lot of ground still to cover before we can say that we are really done with this thing and that we're properly established. So please come back tomorrow. Please continue to support if you can. And have a lovely, lovely weekend. Let's see who we can raid off to. Moose saying no. Schnack's about to start the next attempt at BGF trifecta. Hey. Wish me luck with those damn crystals. Good luck. Right, let's raid back into ESO, I say. Who is online? Hey, Biss is online. Easy. Right, gonna raid off into Biss Lobo. Make him feel special on his Friday evening. Guys, crack open a beer and be entertained by one of the most energetic PvPers we've got in the Elder Scrolls community. Like I said, thank you again. Have a lovely, lovely weekend. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. And on behalf of Maya as well as me, all the best.